Hello, everyone. Let me know if you can hear me and if we are online after some problems with YouTube not liking my streaming software. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm rather new to this software because I had to set up a completely new streaming suite because YouTube somehow didn't like my old setup, so I had to redo it. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me.
Hello, Leah.
Hi, how are you?
Doing?
Just a second. I had to set up a new YouTube live video because for some reason YouTube doesn't really like my streaming software.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I'm rather new to this. I have to admit.
Well, I wish I could offer you some help, but I'm afraid I'm new to all of this as well.
I don't know. Yeah, it's no, and I'm rather new to this.
But I have a live feed now,
admit.
so at least I say live. It's going to be delayed. Well, I wish I could offer you some help, but I'm afraid I'm new to all of this as well.
I don't know. All right. Okay. I was just checking if people can hear you in the YouTube feed, and apparently it's working. So that's good.
Excellent. The sound system works. That's great.
Yeah. Well. Hello, everyone. My name's Leah, and we are broadcasting this first ODI of the Women's Ashes from Bristol in cooperation with Guerrilla Cricket. Check them out over there on their website, on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter as well. And we have a guest. Hello and welcome. Why won't you introduce yourself?
Hi there. So yes, my Twitter handle is The Light Roller. That's not my real name. Unlike Matt Roller, who works for ESPN Cricket Info.
Oh.
So my name is Steve Lovett. I cricketed a long time ago. I used to play village cricket in the Cotswold Hills League. I was captain for a couple of years, and I'm just a bit of a tragic now. I follow particularly England cricket wherever I can. But just to add to the excitement, I actually live in Melbourne.
Oh.
So I'm also a dual national. So I can cheer for either team. So I can't lose in this affair.
Excellent. Well, let's give the people the news. What's going on? We have Australia winning the toss and choosing to bat. The teams for the Australians, we have Alyssa Healy, Phoebe Litchfield, Elise Perry, Beth Mooney, Talia McGrath, Ashley Gardner, Annabelle Sutherland, Jess Jonathan, Georgia Wareham, Megan Shutt, and Darcy Brown, with Alyssa Healy doing double duty as captain and wicketkeeper. For England, we have Sophia Dunkley, Tammy Beaumont, Heather Knight as captain, Nat Silver-Brunt, Alice Capsey, Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones with the gloves, Sophie Eccleston, Sarah Glenn, Kate Cross, and Lauren Bell. We are around 5 minutes away from the start of play. So, what's your expectation for this match today, actually?
Well, I think, like the bookies, I am expecting Australia to win. They're such an accomplished side.
Yeah, they are.
It's really hard to see past them, I'm afraid. But I hope England do win, really to keep the Ashes hopes alive.
Yes.
If we could take it right to the last game, I think that would be, everyone would enjoy that.
Yeah, they still have 3 matches, including this one, ahead of them, and England have to win each and every one to keep it alive, or to win it.
Yes, just like the men. That's right.
Yes.
And I've got tickets to see the game on Sunday, so I really want them to win today, so it keeps it alive.
Ah, yes. Sunday is on. Is where? It's taking place where?
It's in Southampton, actually, which is where I'm staying. Okay. So that's good timing.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here over, obviously following the cricket, but under the guise of visiting my family. And I have a daughter who lives in Southampton, so I'm staying with her at the moment.
Yeah,
It's all about priorities.
yes, absolutely, and of course, it's if you can abuse the family for stuff like that, as long as they are okay with it, and of course, it's
Yes, indeed. Payback, I call it.
oh yes, of course, you invest a lot of money into a good education for your kids, so you can later come and watch the cricket at their new place. Yes, excellent. Okay, I'm looking at the scorecard and
Yeah, there's no activity quite yet.
no, there's not that much. And let's see what the weather forecast for today is like. Yeah, okay, it's around 20 degrees and mostly sunny, so that's good. We should get the full 50 overs for each side. What else?
Just on the side.
Yeah.
Just about to take the field.
Oh, okay. I guess Australia Open with Healy and
Litchfield, I believe.
And Litchfield, yes.
Oh no, Litchfield, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, he explained that they were going to bring Phoebe in at the top of the order. So I've never seen Phoebe play before.
She played in one of the T20s, I think.
Yeah, I only ever saw the highlights, so I didn't catch all of those.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Litchfield played in the T20 series, if I remember correctly,
Okay.
and she. What did she do? Her last innings. Oh no, she played.
Yeah, the umpires.
She played in the test. She played
in the test. Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't catch it either.
Yeah, and
as the umpires are out, the players are coming out.
Yes, and Litchfield made 23 and 46 with the bat. That was the last time she played.
Yeah, I didn't catch any of the test much either, so I was traveling quite a lot over that period.
Yes.
So I missed all of that.
Yeah, it was. I think it was. It was a very, very good match because it was the first 5-day women's test in a very, very long time. And
yes, indeed. And it went the full 5 days as well, which is fantastic.
It went the full 5 days, and it was, I think since 2015, it was the first women's test to not end in a draw or something like that. Very, very weird stats.
Yeah, we need more of them.
Absolutely. But I guess the best way to get more women's tests played is to convince the BCCI that there's money in them.
Oh, well, yes. Yeah, it's getting them to invest, isn't it? To kind of realise what the market is. It seems to be the real challenge.
Yes.
It's quite easy for them to sit back and take in all that IPL money, but...
Oh, yes. But you have to admit they are playing the Caribbean, the West Indies later today. That's from 4 p.m. my time, which is 3 p.m. British Standard Time, I think.
Yeah. So it looks like Kate Cross is going to open in the bowling.
Your stream is actually.
I'm actually ahead of you, am I? This is
yeah,
like
Kate Cross. It's Kate Cross. Okay, all right.
Yeah. And Alyssa Healer facing.
Yes. And
First.
and Alyssa Healy belts cross for 4.
Straight through the covers. She certainly found the gap.
Yes. So
Bit of a loosener, I think.
a bit.
Oh, she's getting some swing there. There's definitely movement.
Yeah, I think the whole with it not being too hot actually might help the pace bowlers, the English bowlers getting some swing and yes, and they might.
Too hot? This is hot for England. What do you mean?
Yeah, you would actually you would have said that about 10 years ago, but
I
I
guess.
think thanks to the climate catastrophe, this is really rather pleasant. I mean, I don't know. What was it? Was it the hottest June ever recorded
Yes,
in
that's what they
Europe?
said.
Something like that.
Yeah. Are you up to the play? There's another 4 just gone in.
Yeah.
This time on the leg side.
Yeah. So because my feed is a bit sketchy. You pay for it, but no one really cares about streaming cricket in Germany. So the last time I was doing a bit of a over by over type hangout stuff kind of broadcast, basically, because the service cut out multiple times during the match, which was not that good. But apparently people still liked it well enough. So I think it can't
So
have
we've
been
got
all bad.
a bit of a break in play here. So there's a call for leg before wicket. I thought she got a bit of an edge on it.
Well, let's hope the
maybe
DRS
not.
system works.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a bit embarrassing, and the most embarrassing thing about it was.
Well, this is a good shout. Yeah, this is a good shout. We're just waiting for the DRS to kick in.
Yeah, I think the most embarrassing thing was for Australia to lose the review because it was given as not out, and it was not umpire's call.
Oh, no edge. So ultra edge has not picked up anything. Yes. So they go back to the on-field umpire. Yes.
Yeah, and Australia lose the review in that scenario, which is really rather weird.
That's very harsh, isn't it? That's right.
Yeah.
If the review can't be acted on.
And she's out.
It's in line, impact in line, and middle wicket. Yes.
So Australia
Great
lose
start.
their first. Yes, great start from Kate Cross. Good start for England. Healy is out. Leg before wicket, bowled Cross for 8 from 4 balls at a strike rate of 200. And Kate Cross gets the first wicket after after 2 fours in the first 3 balls. So might Australia actually blink here first?
I certainly wouldn't have expected Alyssa Healy to be back in the shed, before the end of the first over. But these things happen.
Yeah.
Beautiful delivery.
I mean, it's
really full length. Yorker length. Smashing into middle stump. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I was convinced she had a little edge on it, but not.
And Australia bring Elise Perry at number 3, nice. who gets off the mark right away for 2 runs.
Yeah, she played it onto the leg side. Nice big gap in the field, but it didn't go to the boundary.
Oh, damn, it's so much behind. So much. Oh, damn. Well, let's go with after one over. Australia are 10 for 1 wicket, with Elise Perry on 2 and Phoebe Litchfield on 0. The wicket to fall was Alyssa Healy, who was out leg before wicket to cross for 8. Well, I'm certainly looking at some recent ODI scores here at the Bristol County ground, but can't
Yeah, there's
really.
not a lot of data on that. I did have a
No,
look earlier this morning.
no, there's really not a lot of data
I
for
think
for.
with COVID as well, obviously there's not been a lot of cricket being played.
Oh yes, that's right. And I mean it's the county ground, so I don't think the men don't play much on that ground.
Not at international level. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's quite a fierce wind blowing across as well.
Yeah, you
So
can.
Bell's taking up the second over. Yeah, it's a good delivery. She gets again a little bit of shape away from the left-hander. She's coming around the wicket. It was played out into the offside for no run.
I found it interesting that both teams used a lot of bowlers during the last match of the T20 series.
Yeah, they really did rotate the squads, didn't they?
Yeah, and they really. I think England used seven different bowlers or 8 different bowlers.
Yeah, next ball is a dot ball. She's getting a little bit of shape, just that nagging amount of shape. Yeah, I can see the ball nipping around a bit today. I think this is going to be quite tough for the batsman. There's a bit of swing and a bit of seam by the looks of it. The ball is wide and it's played out onto the offside for a 4. Again, she found a gap in the field. But there was swing away again. It was just played too wide, and she could open herself up and just pick it off really.
Yeah. So what would be the bowling strategy for England here?
Yeah, you want to try and keep it as tight as possible. I think obviously with the fielding restrictions, I think giving them width is asking for trouble. So again, a tighter ball, and she lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. She's definitely getting a little bit of a way swing.
Yeah, so that I find that that is always very interesting in a limited overs match. I think because you can there's 2 different approaches to keep the runs down in the first power play, or you can go hellbent for leather and really attack and
The next ball was a bit
concede
wider. Yes, indeed. The next ball was a bit wider, and I thought she was going to go for it, but she decided at the last minute to not not take it on.
And that brings us to the end of the second over, and Australia.
There's one to come. Oh, you must be ahead of me in that case.
Oh,
It's another dot ball.
yeah.
That one had a lot more shape on it.
Yeah, I'm basically doing also. I'm looking at the Crick Info scorecard.
Yeah, I think Crick Info is usually ahead of everyone.
They're pretty impressive. I have to
Yeah.
admit.
Yeah.
So after 2 overs, Australia are 14 for 1. They took 4 runs of that second over, which was bowled by Lauren Bell, and England bring back Kate Cross for the third.
Yeah, I don't think it's very often Kate Cross goes for that many runs so early on, but Again, she just needs to find a line, and the first ball is a dot ball.
Yeah, she has a pretty good average in ODIs.
Absolutely.
It's below 25.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's undoubtedly England's strike bowler.
Absolutely.
All he gets the first ball. Oh, and shape away on the second ball again. It's a dot ball. Harry's quite happy to leave these at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
She probably doesn't want to risk a potential chance. A second wicket would be pretty disastrous, I would say.
Yeah, it would bring Mooney out to bat, and I think Mooney.
Oh, so the next ball actually turns in, so she gets a little bit of an in-swinger, and it's well defended by Perry, but again, no run.
I think Australia really want Mooney to come in at a much later time.
Yeah. Sorry, England want her in early.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because she can be vulnerable early doors as well, like most batters.
Yeah, and I think her strength is kind of in the boring middle overs when she can really rotate the strike and
absolutely pile on the runs.
Yeah.
So down the leg side this time, Kate Cross, and Perry's clipped it away for 4 runs down to fine leg. Yeah, she comes out of a crease when she played that shot. So she was clearly, I think they're already worried a bit about the swing.
Oh. Yeah, there was a
big swing away. That was very, it is a wide. I was going to say that was very close to a wide, but it was a wide. By the time it swung, it just took it outside of the blue markings they have, as guides.
Yeah. The tram lines.
The tram lines, yeah. But they have inner lines as well as guides. Actually, isn't that tennis tram lines? Oh! She's edged it and it's just short of the slips. And it's gone through. I think she's only run a single.
Yes, they've taken one. They've taken one there.
Oh, how close was this? Oh no, it wasn't short. The keeper came across first slip and it was very, very low. It went through first slip's hands. That's a drop, I'm afraid.
Oh dear. I mean, it's England, so drops are to be expected.
Please don't.
No, that was a disastrous display by mostly Johnny Bairstow, I think.
Yes. Next ball was a dot ball, and I think that's the end of the over.
It's the end of the over, indeed, and that brings Australia after to 20 for 1 after 3. Phoebe Litchfield on 4 and Elise Perry on 7. There was an amazing moment during the last T20 in the series when Amy Jones had, who was it? Can't remember. Had one of the Australians out off a bouncer from Nat Silver Brunt, standing up to the stumps.
Oh wow! Wow. Yeah, there's always two camps on that. Is that not giving a lot of respect to the bowler? Mind you, I was never a very quick bowler, so most came up to me. Okay, so Bell's back on. A big in-swinger, but it's well defended by Perry.
Yeah. One might. I can see why, as a bowler, as a pace bowler, I wouldn't want the keeper to stand up to the stumps. But that one was actually quite amazing, and it looked like it was a plan.
Maybe again she was stepping out of her crease to
Yeah,
Try
yes.
and avoid some of the swing. Yeah.
She was. I think she was ultimately given out caught behind because there was a bit of a nick. But she also stepped out of her crease, and the keeper, Amy
Yeah.
Jones, took off the bails. So would have been out either way.
Second ball is fired in almost on the leg stump. It's a little bit high for LB, but it's no run.
So it would have been out either way. So that was really, really interesting.
Oh, that's down the leg side. That should be a wide. Yeah. Yeah, Bell seems to be struggling to find the line to the right-hander. She bowled beautifully to the left-hander. That used to annoy me, I have to say, switching left to right.
Yeah, I think there's there's a reason why everyone goes on about one right-handed opener and one left-handed one and stuff like that.
So the next is clipped down to fine leg, and they'll take a single. Yeah, she's drifting onto leg quite a bit. I think her natural action is an in-swinger to the right-hander and away to the left-hander. And I was the same, so I would always prefer to play against left-handers. Not that I'd played against many, but there you go.
I find that always interesting that there aren't that many left-handed batsmen.
Isn't it strange? Yeah. She's bang on off stump this time with a little bit of shape away, but it's well defended.
I mean,
Litchfield looks a very organised batsman, I have to say. She's getting in line every time and playing, full strokes.
Yes.
I always hate to see batsmen prodding at the ball. Just think, oh, this is just going to end in disaster.
Yeah. Fishing outside off, stuff like that. Kohli does it a lot in the beginning of his innings.
Yeah, I think a lot of batters do. Another one defended out into the offside. Again, she gets the full bat behind it. And I think that's the over.
No, there should be one more to come because there was a wide in there.
You're right.
Yeah, she had to re-bowl the third bowl.
Yeah, Sky were getting just a bit carried away.
Well, anyway.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot. But it's straight to the fielder.
Yes, exactly. Meaning after 4 overs, Australia are 22 for 1 with Phoebe Litchfield on 4 and Elise Perry on 8. Let's see what England do. Will they rotate bowlers during the T20s? During the T20s?
Oh yeah, they're doing it quickly, were they? I think it's a bit early for a one-day. 2 overs they're only just getting going, aren't they?
Yeah, during the T20s, I think they had there was one bowler who wasn't changed from one over to the next. I think it was one.
Yeah, but that's T20. I mean, you can't take it seriously, really.
Yeah, that's true. It's a bit more serious than the 100 or the T10, but
I've never seen a 100 game. Next ball from Crosses down the leg side. Did she get away with that?
Yes.
I think she did.
She did.
Must have clipped a leg. Yeah, the wind is really picking up. A lot of the fielders with long hair. It's almost horizontal. Next ball's on the offside, but it's just played out to mid-off. Yeah, Perry's definitely being very cautious, I think.
Yes, she's really cautious.
But again, she's getting behind the ball. The full bat is coming through. Crosses in again. Oh, this time Perry advances down. Gets a horrible inside edge. Takes it out square, and she's gone for a single.
Yeah, and England will absolutely want to get Elise Perry as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Yeah, she is one very dangerous player.
Yes, during the last T20, she nearly won it for Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Some last over heroics, but it was all for naught. But
yeah, a couple of sixes, wasn't there? I did see the highlights of that, yes. Some really clean striking as well. So this is played down the track by Litchfield, and it's a no run. Played basically straight back to the bowler. Again, she gets everything behind it. Crosses in again. Oh, it's a bit leg. Oh, and she's clipped it for a 4.
Yes.
We don't have the jingle machine here, do we?
We do not. We do not have the jingle machine. I'm sorry.
That's part of the excitement of guerrilla cricket is the jingles.
Yes, absolutely. But well, all of this basically came together because Tony Bishop asked me if I could live tweet the women's Ashes.
Oh yes, I vaguely recall that. Yes,
and
yes, he's very good at roping people into doing things, I guess.
Yes, he is.
So the next ball is defended down the track, and it's a dot ball. And much better delivery from cross.
Yeah, this brings Australia now to 27 for 1, with Litchfield on 8 and Perry on 9. Well, he asked me if I could live tweet the women's Ashes, and I said yes, I can do that. I was going to watch it anyway, so yeah. I'll do it. And then people asked me, "Hey, this is great. Where's the stream?" Yes. So on rather short notice, I
pulled it together. Well done, you.
Put that together. All the technical stuff with streaming suites and stuff like streaming software and stuff like that. Because
fantastic.
Of course, YouTube is really, really basic with that kind of stuff. You can't really do anything. There's no effects and stuff like that on YouTube itself. All you can do is stream your webcam. That's it.
So Bell's in to Perry, and it's no run. She's again got the bat behind and played straight back to the bowler, but it was a bump ball, so not really a chance. But she stopped it.
Oh yes, there was also.
Oh, that's a shorter ball, and she gets on top of it, and this is going to go for 4 on the leg side.
Because I'm German, I can do the 1, 2, 3, 4 jingle.
Yes. Yes, that is one of my favourites. I did order a couple of T-shirts actually from Guerrilla Cricket, and one which summed up my bowling, which was "shit gets wickets." So I hope I have that in time for the Old Trafford Test match.
Oh yes.
Oh, Bell puts this much further wide, and she gets away with that. I think it was swinging in, so I think it just came inside the guide row, the guideline. I think Perry was backing away. I think she's decided she's going to start advancing now.
Oh, that's bad news for England.
Could be. Yeah, another good delivery, just outside off, and it looked like it seamed in. Perry was very cautious. The whole bat behind it though again.
Yeah, she's a technically very correct batter.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. I was amazed when Australia ever leave her out of the side. I mean, I know it's difficult to, you've got a lot of players that you want to get in, but she's such an iconic player, really. Oh, that's clipped on the offside, but it's straight at the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, she's not even 33 years old, so there's
Indeed.
still a few
Very
good years
young,
left
that's
in
right.
her.
Absolutely.
One would guess.
I think I was just coming into my best form. Mind you, I was also drinking a lot, so that probably didn't help.
Yeah.
Oh, that's down the leg side. That should be a wide. Well taken by the keeper. Yeah, that's a wide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the radar's not quite set here for Bell.
No, she's... well, I mean... She
And
has a...
again, down by the leg side. It's not a wide, and it's played straight to the fielder.
And...
On the leg side, not surprisingly.
Yep.
And that's the end of the over.
Yes, and Australia take 5 from it, including 1 wide, bringing them to 32-1. But I mean, Bell looks better than Cross at the moment, economy-wise. She's much better.
Yes. Right, I see you have another guest. Would you like me to make way?
Oh yes, she was actually she's from Australia, so she was asking if she could come on during the first.
Yes,
part
no,
of
I
the
think that's
match.
fine. I'm
All
more than
right.
happy to go and grab a cup of tea and come and join you later on.
Excellent.
All
See
right.
you later.
Thank you, Leah. See you later. Bye.
Bye. All right. Hello,
Good
Jessica.
morning.
How are we?
Hello, how are you? I am good, how are you?
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. So what time is it right now down under in Australia?
It is about 10:30
All right.
as we have another shot from Litchfield down towards the field along the ground for no run. But yeah, I think England's been bowling. I've seen a lot of good balls for them, but they're just, especially Kate Cross, just needs to figure out how to avoid these wides.
Yeah, I think Cross's problem is that she's been attacking too much and not keeping the runs down. She's bowling. She's absolutely bowling for wickets.
Exactly, and I almost wonder, would it have been a better idea to maybe got someone a bit more defensive early on, get a little bit of pressure, and then start trying to get them to play some bad shots?
Yeah, this is always the discussion, isn't it? Do you? I mean, both create pressure in a very different way. If you keep the runs down, there's scoreboard pressure because the target might not be that high for the team batting second. But on the other hand, taking wickets also creates pressure because once you're into the tail, it's basically just a slogfest.
Yeah, and I think especially with Australia having a quite deep order that can go really aggressive really well, that's the other challenge that, okay, yeah, the top order batters can go slow, but you almost don't want to get too many wickets at the wrong times because you've got people like, you've got Annabelle Sutherland, like these lower order batters who can just absolutely destroy a cricket ball.
Yeah. And oh damn, this stream is so behind everything. This is the joys of being a German cricket fan.
Right. Big shot in the air from Litchfield, races to the boundary for 4. No fielder can make it, and she'll move to 13. Australia will move to 38 for 1.
Yeah, those are the joys of being a cricket fan in Germany, because while you can get streaming services like Willow and stuff like that in Germany, they are carried on different services. It's called sling, I think, and no one cares about willow cricket, so they don't maintain it anyway anywhere near adequately. So my willow stream is, I don't know, 2-3 minutes behind sometimes.
Yeah, I've definitely experienced similar things when trying to watch series that aren't being broadcast by Australian broadcasters, and it's just, I mean, just also just a problem I think with following any sport that's not big in your region of the world. It's always hard to find streams, and even
No.
when there are legally broadcasters, like you, often they're very much second thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of 7 overs, Australia are 40-1. Phoebe Litchfield is on 14 from 18 balls, and Elise Perry is on 14 from 20. Perry being very cautious early on, but England will rue if
No
they don't
hesitation for
get
the
there.
umpire. Sorry.
No, not a problem.
No hesitation. No hesitation for the umpire. They're signalling what was very clearly a wide down leg side.
Ooh, but look, England have 2 slips in an ODI.
Definitely, yeah, going for that attacking, trying to get wickets, but also you really need to tidy up your line there, because if you're bowling wides constantly, you're just taking so much pressure off the bat.
Hmm. Yeah, but I mean, maybe they are playing 4D chess here. The worst way to get out in cricket. Stumped off a wide down the leg side.
Very true. Another defensive shot there from Litchfield. No run. It's been a really good series so far, this Women's Ashes, so I've been really enjoying it. That test especially was, I think, some of my favourite women's test cricket that I've seen.
Yeah, it was the first women's 5-day test since, I don't know, in 40-50 years, something like that.
It was the first test with a winner since about 2014 for the women, so that's always good to see.
Yes. I was
It's the downside of the women's tests being played between two nations that are both quite well known for their rain. That, of course, you're going to miss a day in most tests.
Yeah, I was joking earlier. The way to make to ensure that more women's tests get played is basically convincing the BCCI that there's money in it.
Absolutely, I think that they're playing Australia and England both now has been very exciting. I would have liked to have seen a bit more of the Australia-India test match a few years ago, but that got, once again, unfortunately lost a fair bit of time to rain. But yeah, I've been enjoying seeing India get in on the tests, and I'd be very keen to see more, and very keen to see tests that don't involve Ashes nations as well.
Absolutely. I think the problem really is that all the smaller boards, some of them are having trouble making men's tests work. I think famously
New Zealand, especially.
Yeah, Cricket Island, they're losing money on every match. They said they're losing money on their home tests.
Yeah, and New Zealand is one of those that even back when they were one of the best teams in the world, they were still very much Test cricket was an afterthought because it was just not very popular back home in New Zealand.
Yeah, but I mean, it's crazy to lose money on a home test that involves Pakistan for Ireland.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, as far as I understand it, the home board sells the broadcast rights. Also to the broadcasters in the visiting team's home territory. I can't believe that this is not big money in Pakistan.
Absolutely. You feel like that's one of the teams that should be a huge money generator. Maybe not quite so much as India, but
Yeah,
it's a part of the world that's hugely loves their cricket, and it is such a shame to see that if they can't make Pakistan work, like playing against Pakistan, it's hard to see how they can see Test cricket being viable, which is such a bad thing for the sport.
yes, and sorry everyone for getting carried away a bit here, but for the first time this afternoon, Ned Silver Brunt into the attack. And
I guess we should actually focus on that a bit more.
yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I already said this is more of a watch along, hangout kind of stream because as my stream is a bit choppy and I'm doing all of the match, so I'm not going for a traditional ball by ball because I can't do that.
Yeah, and especially given I don't know what the exact schedule is going to look like for who's on later tonight, but if
Stuff
you're
like that.
doing if there's long periods of time where it's just you, I cannot imagine that'd be fun for you to try to do ball by ball on your own.
No, exactly. So I made it very clear from the beginning that this is more of a watch along, hangout, score updates and stuff like that. So don't feel too bad if it wanders off a bit.
Harry listening up there, big swing, races around to the boundary. 4.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not having the jingle machine. I'm sorry, everyone.
It is a huge loss.
Yes.
Who do we need to talk to for doing this for future?
Yeah. As I said, I had to set up a new streaming software and stuff like that, and I will look into a lot of things that I can do. But the first stream happened on a rather short notice, so it will get better. It will get technically more proficient with time. I promise you that, everyone. But I have to look into how this streaming software that I got now actually works. This is the second time I've hosted my own live stream. The second time. So I think we'll get better with
End
with
of
practice.
that over.
And
End of that over from Nat Silver Brunt. Australia are 1 for 46. Phoebe Litchfield's on 16 for 22. Elise Perry is on 18 from 28.
yes, and Nat Silver conceding 5 runs. Lauren Bell coming back. Bell is the most miserly of the England bowlers so far, with an economy of around 3 so far in the match.
I guess they kind of do that strategy of keeping Lauren Bell to really tidy up one end while you attack with either Kate Cross or Nat Silver Brunt to try to force a bad shot.
Probably. I want to see Jones standing up to the stumps to Silver Brunt again. Did you watch?
It is fun watching.
Yeah, did you watch the third T20?
I saw bits and pieces. I think it was at 3 a.m. Australian time,
Okay.
so As someone who works full time, I can't get up for that, unfortunately. It's been one of the things I haven't enjoyed. I've missed about. I haven't been able to do this that much. Like 2019 was great because I was still studying, so I could just stay up till ungodly hour in the morning to watch it. But unfortunately, when you're working full time, things get in the way.
I get that. Well, it was actually crazy because Amy Jones stood up to the stumps to Netzova Brunt and got, I can't remember who it was, out of a Netzova Brunt bouncer standing up to the stumps.
That is a brave decision to stand up to the stumps there.
Yes. And I think in the end it was out caught behind, but not having audio on the stream, it would have also been out stumped because the Australian batsman advanced down the track and tried an uppercut, something like that, and apparently she got a thin edge on it, but she would have also been out stumped because Jones was lightning fast taking off the bails with.
Not every day you see stumped off a fast bowler.
No, not really. Well, Phoebe Litchfield is joining the party. There's 3 consecutive fours off Bell to bring up her strike rate to 103. Interesting.
Does that make that 4?
Okay, yes. Okay, Australia now on the attack.
And see, I think this is one of the problems of playing this team, that they are just so good at being careful at the beginning, but when they are ready to get swinging, you see this thing happen where Phoebe Litchfield's now gone 4 consecutive fours. Perry's swinging really well as well. And also, if you get one of them out, you've got Beth Mooney, Ash Gardner, and Tali McGrath coming in. It's a very tough lineup to bowl to.
Absolutely. I was so sad for Talia McGrath that she was out on 62 in the test match. She had the chance to set the record for most runs made in a test innings by a McGrath for Australia.
It would have been good to see.
Yeah, instead she just equaled Glenn's record, whose high score is also 62. And after 10 overs, Australia are 62 for 1 now. 16 runs off that Lauren Bell over. And
I reckon that would.
Yes?
I reckon they'd be fairly happy with that as a power play. Like, all right, you've lost 1 wicket. It's not the best, but going at 6 and over for power play is usually a pretty good number.
Absolutely. Going at 6 and over is a pretty good ODI pace, I think, in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as long as you don't get one of these 2 out in the near future, I reckon you're pretty happy.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that.
Yeah. Like, if you're 2 for 70, like, then I think it's starting to look a bit worse. But if you can get through this, get a good partnership here, and just get your lower order ready to come in and swing for the fences, I think I would not like to be England right now.
Oh no. They need to make something. They need to make something happen, I think. I
think bringing to the Brunt here is a good option. I think she is someone who both just generally likes making things happen for England, but I think especially against Australia has always been one that's caused him a bit of pain.
Yeah, but I mean that's basically every England player. Every England player likes to do stuff to Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Siva Brunt's one of the most consistent at doing it, though.
Yes, she is. She is. She actually is. Oh, and now we're seeing
Another more
no,
defensive shot from Litchfield there.
Mm.
Dropping just down below that 6 run rate, but still in a very good position.
I hope Ash Gardner takes a lot of wickets in the second innings.
Absolutely. I've been so impressed with her improvements as a bowler.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because she came in, and when she started playing international cricket, she was very much a incredibly destructive batter, but she was very much a seconds level of options as a bowler, not someone you're really expecting to do a lot of the heavy work. But here now, I mean, that test was absolutely incredible. She was incredible.
Yeah, and I mean, she made history during the test match by taking what was it? She made history, best bowling figures by an Australian in tests or something like that.
Something like that. It was. I didn't think she quite got it, but she was very much. I thought it was only like second or third, but I may be wrong on that. But yeah, so fun to watch her bowl. I do feel for in that test though, Tammy Beaumont. It's never fun scoring like 200 and then losing.
No, it definitely, that's definitely a nightmare scenario, basically.
I mean, it's very rare for that to happen, but you do feel for that player. I know it's Ricky Ponting's had it happen to him as well over in the men's.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, Australia would basically miss a trick by not referring to this series as Ash's Ashes.
Absolutely. And we're going for spin for a change with Sophie Eccleston coming into the bowl.
Ooh.
The bowling. Definitely seems to be a lineup that they were expecting the spinners to get a bit of work done, because it does seem a bit spin heavy, the 11 that they picked.
They were actually using a lot of spinners in the T20s and sometimes really early on in the innings.
Yeah, I think that's definitely somewhere that I think people are still trying to experiment with, in especially ODI cricket, about how do you run effective spin. Because I think Test cricket, I think you fairly are familiar with how you play spinners. I think white ball is really. I think spinners are doing a lot of work in reinventing how they approach it, and it's really exciting to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of rethinking spin strategies all around, I think. During this series, the England women absolutely did it by using the spinners early on in the innings. I mean, there's some mad scientists like Ashwin over in the men's who's constantly thinking about spin bowling and trying new things, and he's one of the few spinners that you can realistically give a new ball to.
Absolutely, and then I found it really interesting. It was a few years ago now, but there was a segment where Shane Warne was talking to Rashid Khan about spin bowling, and even though they're both leg spinning, it was so interesting hearing just how different that approach is from a very modern spin bowler to someone who is a lot more traditional in how they used to bowl.
Oh yes, that was the segment where Warney was amazed that Rashid Khan uses 5 different grips for the 5 different deliveries that he has.
Yeah, and that's just one of those things that it's so interesting how different you can have an approach to the same craft, and how I think Rashid Khan has really been one of these key reinventors of leg spin from a T20 perspective.
Absolutely. So, at the end of the 12th over, Australia are 69 for 1. Elise Perry on 23 of 33 balls and Phoebe Litchfield on 34 of 35 balls. And England bring back Nat Silver-Brunt into the attack.
You bring that to Brunt and you immediately have some success with a shot that I don't think Phoebe Litchfield 100% got behind, but an excellent jumping catch there from Sophie Eccleston. And Australia are 2 down as Phoebe Litchfield departs for 34.
Yeah, she's out. Cord Eccleston bowled Nat Silver-Brunt. And that should bring Beth Mooney, I guess.
I would assume so, but one of the things that works really well with the Australian order is you can bring it around, move the order around, and I think they still succeed a lot, which is really good.
Yeah, but pinch hitters are so 90s.
I'm just waiting. We are just waiting now on either the scoreboard or the stream to confirm, but we believe that it will be Beth Mooney. Excellent jump there from
absolutely.
Eccleston. Always impressive seeing dives and jumps that especially you need the right timing for.
No news on who the new batsman is going to be.
Yep, that is Beth Mooney.
All right.
I kind of feel for Mooney insofar as she's also a really good keeper, but just hasn't had these opportunities to play with the gloves for Australia, just because you're second to one of the best women's keepers.
Oh yes. I mean, Healy is an excellent keeper.
Absolutely, I think now with Sarah Taylor retiring a few years ago, I reckon right now she's the best in women's cricket.
Yeah, she probably is. She probably is.
But then I think there's a lot of situations where who is the best ex in women's cricket belongs to an Australian of some kind.
Yeah, but you would actually expect that to be the case, because the only teams that really play competitive internationals in women's cricket right now are India, Australia, and England.
Absolutely. I feel like I've said it on Twitter, I've definitely said it to friends I'm talking to. I reckon the Australia A would make it out of a group in a World Cup.
Yeah, probably. Absolutely. Wasn't there some weird quad series a few years ago? It was in the men's. A weird quad series with England, Australia A, and someone else, and the final was Australia versus Australia A.
I know that's definitely happened before. I do not remember how long ago that was, but it's definitely been a thing that's happened.
Yes.
I would love to see from a women's, like, I know they've done it as warm up, but I would love to see more Australia versus Australia A, because I think they are both two very competitive teams.
Yeah.
Like, I think this has been one of the good things that Cricket Australia were one of the early boards that really invested in their women's cricket. And that's been paying off for them with this, because you've got this really high level of play in the WBBL and the WNCL that you can pull players out of and have so much depth to replace players where a lot of other national teams have quite a bit of shallow if you lose star players.
Yes. At the end of the 13th over, Australia are 70-2. The 13th over brought only 1 run and cost 1 wicket from an Australian perspective. Beth Mooney on 1 and Elise Perry on 23. And I think what's really good for what has been really good for Australian women's cricket is actually, you can think of him whatever you want. David Warner insisting that the women get paid the same as the men. We make fun of David Warner a lot, and Gorilla Cricket make fun of David Warner a lot because of his moustache and Sandpaper Gate, obviously. But that was a really, really, really good move by him.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really good to see. I think he does seem to often be a person with some good stuff to say, even if he probably shouldn't be in the team. And obviously, Sandpaper was also really not his finest moment, let's say.
No, it wasn't his finest. It wasn't his finest choice. His best moments. Well, but I mean, it's moot now to talk about if Warner should be in the team or not. He's announced his retirement for after.
Yeah, absolutely.
For after the Ashes.
I would be interested to see would they have been more aggressive with dropping him had he not announced his retirement?
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, that's something we'll never know.
Yeah. Well, that brings the 14th over to an end, and Australia are 74-2. And after that, that onslaught at the end of the 10th over, at the end of the power play, England have been relatively successful in keeping the runs down. Australia are currently going at a run rate of 5.28, and the last boundary was hit over 2 overs ago. Ned Silverbrandt back into the attack for the 15th.
Murray still trying to swing, not finding a fielder there, but still very much trying to get boundaries and keep this runs rate going up.
Oh. Well, only a single from the first 3 balls of Ned Silverbrandt's 4th over so far. Yeah, Mooney.
She's definitely been, I think, the most impressive of their bowlers so far today. She's probably taken over from Lauren Bell in that regard.
Yeah, probably. She's been really economical for England. She is one of 2 bowlers to have taken a wicket this match. So, yeah. it's a bit concerning, basically, for Australia that the runs are already drying up in the 15th over. As I'm saying that Mooney hits Silverbrunt for 4. Generally, I would regard the overs from 20 to 40 as the boring middle overs, as they say, generally.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mooney's finding the boundary here. We'll move to 7, but I think that could be a good sign of stuff to come. But agreed. These two need to find some ways to score runs. I don't think it's quite huge warning signs for them yet, but if Mooney can't get herself settled and start scoring, that is going to be very worrying for him.
Absolutely.
Especially since the England batting lineup is nothing to be too confident in your ability to beat either. They will probably chase down a pretty competitive total.
Yeah, but I think England's area of concern is right now really Heather Knight, who hasn't been in that good of a nick, I think, during the white ball leg of this series.
Agreed, which is always a shame because she is a fantastic player when she's doing well, but it's always, even though as an Australian, obviously I'm not going to complain too much about seeing English players struggle against us, but it is a shame that she is fantastic to watch.
Yes, she is. She is. At the end of the 15th over, Australia are 79 for 2. And Beth Mooney hit her first 4 of the innings of Annette Silverbrunt in this over. Mooney now 7 of 14 balls and Elise Perry 25 of 36 balls.
So, obviously, also, I reckon Australia has been a bit unfortunate with the fact that a bunch of series ago now they changed the test being from 6 points to 4 points, because if it was a 6-point test now, they would be just need either basically just anything go their way and they're done.
Yes. Mm-hmm. But I mean, still, England need to win every match in this series to not let the Ashes go back to Australia.
Well, theoretically, they can win 2 and have 9 no result, technically.
Yes.
But any result that doesn't have England winning 2, if England can't win 2 and Australia not win any, then Australia will be going back with the Ashes. It does make it interesting, though, having that multi-format series, though, that you need to think tactically, figure out what form of cricket you want to actually target.
It's an interesting format, and I think it's a much better idea than having just an ODI series as they used to have a lot of the time in the noughties.
I think this could be really good for men's cricket as well, because I think there's not much outside of World Cups. I think international white ball cricket sometimes, at least here, gets ignored a bit in favour of tests. So I would be interested to see how much more attention that could get with having this multi-format series where, okay, you've seen the tests, they've been good, but let's see who can win this series now. But obviously, that's just one random person speculating on what would be good.
That's interesting. That's interesting to hear, because I always have the feeling that there's a lot of white ball stuff going on. I mean, I follow India and live in the same time zone as England. Basically, it's 1 hour off. And I think there's a lot of white ball cricket going on, and in my experience, or from my perspective, it always seems like it's encroaching on the Test cricket calendar. There's a
Yeah,
lot.
I think from a domestic white ball cricket, absolutely, but I think it's still international white ball cricket is still in a bit of a weird spot
Mm-hmm.
where you've got the World Cups, but and to be fair, here in Australia, Test cricket's available free to wear. International white ball isn't for the men's, but
Okay.
I feel like they're always a lot smaller profile, the ODIs and the T20 internationals.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are dedicated white ball tours. Um, I think the
Yeah,
last time England went down to South Africa, um, they went down 1 year and had a test series, and the next year they went down and had a white ball series, or the other way around. And India also do some weird scheduling with their
yeah,
white ball and
absolutely.
test cricket stuff. Well,
And I think the one that really needs to think about is what do ODIs, what relevance do they have? Where okay, you've got a fair bit of popularity with domestic T20, and the international product's pretty marketable. But I think the challenge is ODIs these days feels like a bit of a middle ground between the two that
mm,
doesn't really have much in its own favour as a format.
mm, more after this. At the end of the 16th over, Australia are 85 for 2 with Elise Perry on 30 and Beth Mooney on 8. England have dried up the runs a bit with the odd boundary still in there. Um, 6 runs of the 16th over. And Eccleston
Fantastic.
was taken to the boundary by Perry, and Mooney joins in on the fun. The first ball of the over is finding the boundary. Sponge of net Silver Brunt.
I do think, though, really good bowling from Eccleston and Silverbrunt here really
Yes,
tightened this up, got it a lot more in favour. Eccleston's been really good, both in the field with that catch and also her bowling. So England made some really good decisions to bring them in, and I think it's really paying off for them.
it actually is. It actually is. But it's it's more of an attritional kind of game thus far, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is very much a matter of when does Australia really go at it, and
Mm.
when does England give them the bowlers that they can really go at it for.
Yes, and I mean, looking at the run rate, Australia are definitely looking at 300, 320 as a target
Another
at
excellent,
at bare
another
minimum.
excellent attacking shot there.
Mm.
There from Elise Perry over the head of the fielder, narrowly misses out and races away to the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4. Because we don't have the jingle machine. But I'm German, so I can do that one.
Always good to have a German on hand just for that jingle.
Yes. Well, that ends the 17th over, and Australia are 96 for 2. 95 for 2 at the end of it. With Elise Perry on 35 and Beth Mooney on 13. And you were talking about her. Sophie Eccleston is coming back for her 4th over.
I'm going to be very interested, though, to see tactically what England do from here, because I think there could be a lot of benefits to making sure you don't use up Silverbrunt and Eccleston too early. But also, do you want to bring in someone now when they're on a roll?
Yes, it's. I think it was really rather interesting during the T20s. England used a lot of bowlers. Both teams actually did, but England were constantly rotating their bowlers. No one was getting 2 consecutive overs. There was always a rotation. That was really really strange, I thought.
It is one of the things that's really interesting, though, about women's cricket, especially more so than men's, is you've got so many all-rounders that you do have a lot of tactical options for most captains at their disposal. So I think that can create some really interesting decisions and tactics about how you want to approach a game.
Yes, and all-rounders in women's cricket are actually viable options, I think. Whereas in men's cricket, a decent all-rounder is an elusive creature.
Exactly. I think in men's, there's only sort of 3 or 4 in the world that are both a genuine strike bowler and also a really capable top order batter. I think in at least test rankings, Pat Cummins is usually top 10 all-rounders in the world, and I don't think many people would say he's a true all-rounder.
You're right. I was just thinking about what are true all-rounders right now. Oh.
Also, yeah, that was not some sloppy fielding there for England, putting down a chance.
Oh, a drop, another.
Poor Sarah Glenn. But it looks like she is getting a chance to redeem herself coming into the bowling attack.
Yes, and it was Elise Perry. It is Elise Perry that's been dropped by Glenn at mid-on. England will absolutely rue this miss. At the end of the 18th over, Australia are 98 for 2, and Elise Perry gets a live, and she's on strike to, how ironic is that, Sarah Glenn.
I feel like this is perfectly set up for either Glenn to come back and get the wicket, or Perry to come and absolutely demolish Sarah Glenn's bowling for a bit. And I'm not sure which way around it's going to go.
Oh, absolutely. But it doesn't matter which one happens, as it's just a good story, just a good storyline in the match. Either way, if Perry punishes Glenn or if Glenn gets her out, either way, it will be talked about.
Absolutely. And it is something that's definitely, I think, improved really over the past 4 or 5 years, that standard fielding. Like, it used to be, you saw a lot more drops like that, which is good that it's not, because I think it's a lot more fun to watch when you've got some really incredible fielding plays.
We're getting chat messages on the YouTubes.
Hello, YouTube.
Yes, it's someone named Ocelot of Doom on Twitter. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Ocelot.
Yes, if you got any questions, do get in touch with us. You can either tweet me at my Twitter handle at LinuxLea. You can, of course, be merry in the chat on YouTube.
Yes, please come say hi. We definitely would love to hear what other people are thinking.
Yes, I scheduled this stream yesterday for today, but then YouTube decided that they just don't like my streaming software that much, and so I had to reschedule, had to restream, had to redo a new live stream, had to set it up again, but now it's working. So I tweeted out the correct one. So
yes, and I think I retweeted the wrong one originally, but I have retweeted the correct one now, which is
yes.
YouTube can be frustrating like that at times.
Yeah, and it's so weird because you can you have to tell YouTube you can stream on YouTube via the YouTube website, but you can only stream with your webcam and your face and stuff like that.
It's the downside of it being such this big platform that they can do it however they want, even if there are much better alternatives. That because it's so big,
yes.
alternatives aren't really viable.
Yes, and if you want to stream using a streaming software, you'll have to jump through a lot more hoops, and it's after the 19th over, Australia were 104 for 2, and Sarah Glenn got away rather lightly, conceding only 6 runs, and Sophie Eccleston is back into the attack for the 20th over. England now tightening the screws. Only, well, the last boundary was in the 17th over.
Yeah, they've been really tightening it, but
yeah,
I think this could be a good chance for their non-strike bowlers to really show that they are part of a deep bowling lineup and not let Australia just attack through these middle overs.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm guessing, yeah, that's probably the case. You need someone with someone like Eccleston, I would say. Eccleston and Nat Silver Brunt definitely for the death.
Absolutely, that's my thoughts. You need to save 2 of them, and you've got 5 more from Lauren Bell, 6 more from Kate Cross, which takes you to 36. No, yeah, 30.
Mm.
Which you've still got what 4 or 5 overs from someone else to go.
You got Eccleston, Nat Silver Brunt, and Lauren Bell. All 3 have another 5 overs left.
Yeah. Then, yeah, Sarah Glenn's now bowled. This we had 2 for her, so you've got basically 8 in addition to the first four as Perry played a shot there, and Glenn does come back and picks up the wicket to make up for dropping her early. Elise Perry departs 41 off 51. Australia are 106 for 3.
As we were talking about, karmic justice, or kind of a karmic equilibrium here with Glenn getting Perry. Other way around would have been quite funny as well, I would say, with if Perry had taken her to the cleaners to the tune of, I don't know, 20 runs and over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always fun seeing those, and I think definitely what England needed right at that point, bringing in presumably who is next? Is
McGrath?
it Charlie McGrath?
I think it's McGrath.
I think so. Makes sense. She's a fairly solid batter. I would be questioned if we see Ash Gardner as the next batter, like after her, and that probably depends heavily on if they lose another quick wicket. I don't think they bring her in. I think they wait a while.
Yeah, I think it would be Gardner at 6, then Sutherland,
Yeah.
Jonathan, Wareham, Shutt, and Brown.
Yeah, I'm just saying I would question if you promote someone up the order a bit, if you lose another quick wicket, because while she can be incredibly destructive, there are plenty of times that Ash Gardner will depart for not much as well. So I would wonder, is it worth having Sutherland or Jonathan there to build a bit of a partnership, and then bring Gardner in for those death overs?
Yeah, I was thinking. I mean, is it really time to bring back pinch hitters again? They were all the rage in the 90s for some reason.
I think when you've got such a deep lineup such as this, it does work really well. I'm not sure if it works as much when you've got 4 or 5 and then your specialist bowlers, but I think when you've got like 6 or 7 all-rounders that can all sort of move up and down the order, like Jess Jonathan's batting at 8? She bat top 4 domestically. Wareham solid. Like, you've got a really deep lineup. I think it does work really well.
Yes, but I mean, that's basically the difference. I'm struggling a bit. I'm struggling a bit with calling it a pinch hitter then, because as you say, there are a lot of all-rounder options. So it's basically more a case of the batting lineup being inherently rather fluid.
Yeah, and I think with these, I think that's the best way Australia plays, when they can do that and bring in the person who is maybe best for that exact situation, rather than saying you're our best batter, so we're batting you 3. You're our second best, we're batting you 4, there, and so on.
Well, at the end of the 21st over, Australia are 107 runs for 3 wickets, with Beth Mooney on 18 and Talia McGrath on 1. And Kate Cross returns for her 5th over. She already picked up a wicket, but her economy is above 7. So, yeah, probably England will try to bowl her out here in the so-called boring middle overs, where she maybe can get away with a bit more than during the power play or at the death.
Absolutely, I really like bowling Cross here. I think it's a situation where if she bowls well, picks up a wicket, that hugely swings the momentum in England's favour. But it's also but also you've got a new batter to the crease. You're probably not going to get as aggressive, so you might not be punished as much if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, probably.
But even keeping under 5 still is over 5 still is a pretty good position to be in. If that starts dropping a lot lower, then you're in a different conversation. But I haven't seen the numbers for men's, but I know that generally, if you can keep it 5 and over for most of it, get it up to 6 for the power plays, you're at a pretty good spot.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going along at around 5 and over until basically the 30th over.
Yeah, exactly.
You're in a really good spot. I don't know how accurate this actually is, but you always say double the score after 30. So as long as you're going along at 5.1, 5 point something, with wickets in hand, by the 30th over, you're pretty good.
Really good. Really like this from McGrath here, coming in immediately showing that she's not just going to play it cautiously, and she is here to attack straight from the very beginning.
Absolutely. And now Cross has conceded 7 runs of the 22nd. So yeah, maybe that experiment didn't really work. After 22 overs, Australia are 114 for 3. And over on YouTube, the Ocelot of Doom is asking if either of us have played Test Match, the cricket board game.
I have not in many, many years, but I do have it. It is somewhere. I realise I'm not on camera, so you can't see it. It is somewhere in my shelves over.
Yeah.
Behind where I am.
Well, and I'm German, born and raised, so it's not really a thing here. And also I'm old, so you couldn't import stuff that easily back when I was a kid. I own probably more cricket video games than any other German person, though.
I'm going to be really interested to see if I'm not sure what I'm going to do about Cricket 24, given that I'm not sure if you saw, but they did an AFL game and that was an absolute disaster for them, basically.
Okay. Yeah, the last one I have is Ashes Cricket, actually, because for some reason the ones after that, which were, I think, there was Cricket 21.
Cricket 19 and Cricket 22, yeah.
Yeah, 19 and 22, yes. Somehow they never ended up on German Amazon.
Interesting. I know at least, I imagine it's different here in different countries, but I know at least in Australia it's available on through Game Pass.
Oh, okay. No, it's definitely not in the German Game Pass. Definitely not.
No. But yeah, they're fun games. I do enjoy cricket video games a bit. It's one of those challenges that it's hard to get a good, I think, test match video game because you don't want it to move too slowly, but you also don't want it to move too quickly because that's just not a test match then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like any sporting match or any sport video game is just this balance of trying to essentially make it a highlight reel while not making it feel like it's too eventful.
Yeah, I think Ashes Cricket was pretty good at doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. The big problem I have is the women's feels a bit weird, given that I think the ball comes off the bat a bit too quickly for where they've got the boundaries, so it feels like everything's just for or right at a fielder. Like, it doesn't feel like fielders can often chase down a ball along the ground.
Oh, and there's another drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There have been some sloppy fielding here today, which
Yes.
I'm sure England are worried may
this
cost them.
This time it's Mooney who is dropped off Glenn by Cross at mid-off. She's diving forward. She gets a hand to it and then loses it, I think. At the end of the over, Australia 118 for 3 with McGrath on 10 and Mooney on 20. Well, either Mooney takes Cross to the cleaners now or Cross gets Mooney. Has to be. Absolutely no other chance.
Of course. There's some good shots of Mitchell Starc on watching the game, watching his wife had a bit of a disappointing innings for her. I did see back a few years ago now when they were playing that test match against India. Stark did spend a lot of time around the group, and it definitely seemed like he spent a lot of time working with their bowlers, teaching them, which is a really good opportunity and good to see that that's happening.
Yes,
in Australian cricket.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always interesting to me that these, or it's fascinating to me that these setups between the men and the women are absolutely separate most of the time, because it's basically the same sport, and tactically you can bounce ideas off each other. I absolutely believe that on the tactical side, at least, there should be much more cooperation between the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because I think with one of the biggest issues I've seen with women's test matches is it's very, very clear that the captains aren't used to playing them.
Exactly. I mean, of course, it's a very different animal to a limited overs international. Absolutely.
Exactly, and like, I'm not saying that as a this is terrible. Like, it's you only play one every couple of years. Of course, you're not going to have the time to develop your captaincy skill. That if you're the men's cricket captain, you had countless first class innings, countless test innings. You've probably had some fair bit of time captaining first class cricket before you've even captained your first test. Meanwhile, with the women's, you've probably only played 2 or 3 first class games total.
Yeah, if they even play any, because
Well, I'm saying those are including tests. You've only played red ball cricket like 2 or 3 times total.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the 24th over, Australia are 125 for 3. Tanya McGrath on 15 and Beth Mooney on 21. Well, that's actually an interesting point. I don't think the current England men's captain, Ben Stokes, has captained that much red ball cricket. He's one of the English Test players. He's in the English Test squad, obviously, and he plays for Durham. But generally, people that are centrally contracted to the ECB don't captain their counties.
Cummins hasn't captained much either, but I think for both of them it's also slightly different in that they're bowlers, so they have been in those bowling meetings working to come up with those strategies, so probably have a bit more of that on their minds than maybe a batting captain.
Yeah.
But yeah, because they did here domestically, Cummins did captain New South Wales when he was playing a fair bit, when it became pretty clear that he was being set up to be the next captain after Tim Payne. And then that just happened, I think, a bit faster than they were expecting.
Yeah.
If there's one thing Australia loves doing, it's making sure that they've got a good succession line of captains.
Yeah, and I mean, those are, each and every one of them is a professional. They should basically be able to captain a red ball team, each and every one of them.
Exactly.
I always think in test matches, in men's test matches. And then you have sometimes you really have very unimaginative captains. All right. Sarah Glenn is continuing her spell of not allowing many runs. Only 2 from the 25th over, meaning Australia after the halftime at the halftime of the innings, 127 for 3. With McGrath on 16 and Mooney on 22. Glenn has bowled 4 overs with an economy of 3.25. She's really tightening the screws for Australia here. And the run rate currently is hovering at around that 5 runs and over we talked about a while back. So I think after the first half of the innings, honours are pretty much even.
Yep, I'd say that. And I was just about to say, I wonder if we're going to see someone like Capsey or Wyatt bowl. Because now seems about the right time to bring them in. You've got Sarah Glenn holding things, and it's, I think, pretty unlikely you're going to give Amy Jones many more overs. So you do need to find who's going to eat up a few more.
Yeah, Capsey is now into the attack for her first over of the day. So England going relatively spin heavy during the boring middle overs.
Yeah, and thinking of spin and women's cricket, this is one of the reasons I'd love to see Test cricket played in India, women's Test cricket.
Absolutely.
Because we've seen both. Australia is obviously a great place for fast bowlers. I think a lot of the stuff we've seen in England has been fairly successful for fast bowlers as well. I'd love to see a very different, dusty, turning pitch and just seeing how differently that plays.
Yeah, either India, Australia, India, Sri Lanka, or Bangladesh would be really interesting for women's Test cricket. I think.
Yeah, I mainly think about India because they are the one that has recently been open to playing tests. So it'd be good to see them hosting some.
Well, what do we think here of Capsey? It's merely 2 runs of the over from her.
She's bowling very well. I was looking up on the scores just to see who regularly bowled for them, and hasn't bowled a huge ton. But then also she is fairly new to playing. Like she's only played 4 ODIs total, and I believe this is her first time bowling in an ODI. I'm currently looking up to see
Me
her
too.
domestic.
She has a really interesting bowling action with this. She's coming in. Her run up is really interesting. She seems to slow down before bowling the ball.
What is it with spinners and having these unusual bowling actions? It's very interesting. Like most of the really unique bowling actions I can think of tend to be the spinners. The fast bowls are usually a bit more compact. As Sarah Glenn continues her spell.
Yeah, true. But if you have a fast bowler with a really weird action, it's a really weird action.
Yes, such as someone like Jasprit Bumrah.
Exactly. Someone like that. And who am I thinking of?
McGrath advances, plays a strong shot down, but is stopped by some excellent boundary fielding from Danny Wyatt to restrict them to. I need to confirm how many runs.
Two runs. She restricts them to a couple.
But yeah, I really like this, how they're using Sarah Glenn. I think they are doing this exactly right. I think they've been making a lot of good choices with their bowling.
Mm-hmm. Are they not having drinks breaks in this match?
I am not sure. Can I? Is that confirmed somewhere?
It would be an interesting choice, I would say, because during the T20s they had drinks breaks halfway through each innings. So, hey.
They used to do something like, I think, 20. I know the domestic, they usually do at 20th over and 40th, I think, or something like that. But so it is definitely a choice not to have drinks breaks if they're not doing any of them at all.
Yes. So Sarah Glenn is doing pretty well here, restricting Australia to 3 runs from the 27th over, making Australia 132 for 3. And Alice Capsey stays on for her second over of the innings, the 28th to be bowled by Sarah Capsey.
Yeah, that's a sensible decision. She had a good first over. I think she'll probably be, unless she gets knocked around a fair bit too much, probably gets what was essentially Jones's spot in that bowling card.
Yes. I mean, now that England have restricted Australia to have kept the run rate, or have dropped the run rate below 5 right now, I think it's now starting to get really interesting, because Australia now will have to attack a bit more. England have been really miserly here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've been liking how they've been restricting the runs, but I think the problem is if you can't get wickets, that just gives these batters a license to really swing for the fences, and I think that's going to really punish them later on.
Yes, absolutely. They have a license now, the batters, but the problem is I think by keeping the runs down, the tail end of the Australian batting lineup will have to go hard from ball one.
Yeah, I think you force them to go hard, but that is also a situation where the tail end are very, very comfortable going hard.
Yes, but going too hard can also be really, really risky.
Yeah, absolutely. I think England are in a good point, especially if they can get a couple more wickets here.
Yes, exactly.
But
After
also Australia very much definitely in this.
yes,
Some good trading of blows here.
after 28 overs, Australia are 136 for 3. And Sarah Glenn continues for the 29th over.
They enjoy hitting it right over fielders' heads by the look of it. We've had a few of those so far.
Yes, there's been a fair few that have not been played down along the ground by Australia,
and especially luckily, a lot that were these very narrow, barely missed out on jumping catch.
Yes, and the times Australia found the fielders, there was a good chance they were dropped. So it's
exactly. I think when you're not punished for doing it, there's a lot less incentive to stop.
Exactly. Let's have a quick look over on YouTube. Yes, the Ocelot of Doom is, or Gilly Modders as he is known here, says that he really likes Cricket 22. The career mode, that is. The career mode, that is.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and I would agree. The career mode in any of those Big Ant studios. They're called Big Ant, right? Yes, they are. Yes. Big Ant Studios cricket games is really good.
Yes, I also think they're one of those games. I think they're very easy to. If you cheese the AI a bit, it can become a bit weird. But I think if you play pretty sensibly, it feels good.
I mean, it feels much better than what was it? I think International Cricket 2010 or something like that was my first cricket video game for the Xbox 360 with Stuart Broad on the cover.
Mine was the old what is, for places that aren't here, was Brian Lara Cricket 2005. It was Ricky Ponting here. Yes. But good old classic cricket game, that one.
All right. The 29th over goes for 5 runs, and Australia are 141 for 3. Would it be okay if we now do the changeover, because I need about 2 minutes, because I actually need to get something to drink, because I've been talking way more than I thought I would.
Easy. We can handle this for a little bit, and then I can drop off when you are back.
All right. Thank you very much. Welcome back.
Yes, enjoy your drink, Leah.
Thank you.
Hello, Jessica.
Hello. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
This is beautifully poised, isn't it? The middle overs are drying up the runs beautifully, but you expect there's going to be an almighty chase at the end.
Absolutely, I think.
And they've still got wickets in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both teams are in positions where they could get a lot from it. It's really even. I'm really enjoying this match.
Yeah. Oh, but all the drops, though. England will be undoubtedly ruining them.
Absolutely, I think.
And just like the men's, is that going to be the difference?
I am guessing that their trading in the near future will have a lot of fielding practice.
Yes. I think this is a great move from Knight to bring the spinners on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty clear that, yes, he's getting some movement, but I think it was almost moving. I think the problem with the swing was that it was very clear that the pace just wasn't finding their right lines. So I think the spinners bringing on spin.
Oh, there we go.
Good decision.
There we go. We've got another wicket gone down. Oh my word. McGrath has just gone. Am I slightly ahead of you, am I?
I think you are slightly ahead, but oh yes, nice and clean, bold.
Beautiful delivery.
I always think that's
wow. She's turned out to be a bit of a find. I mean, I knew she was
absolutely
a batter, but I didn't realize she bowled as well.
This is her first time bowling in an ODI, and by the look of it, this will be far from her last time.
It won't be the last. But she has such a peculiar run up. I mean, she takes a couple of steps, then almost stops, and then launches into a delivery. It's quite something to watch.
It really
is. It's like, when a footballer takes a penalty and he runs up and then stops and then does the final step before kicking the ball.
Yeah. So yeah, is that Ash Gardner coming out?
I'm at an advert here, so I don't know.
All right, we are too.
I think she was next on the list.
She's next on the list, so... And I don't see why you wouldn't try to bring her in, try to really get those runs coming in.
Yep.
If that backfires, though, England are in a very, very good spot.
Very strong position indeed. Yeah, there's been some bonus wickets. But again, if they'd taken those catches, imagine how much trouble they would be in.
I think...
I think we English... We are just too kind to our visitors. I think it's just, I don't know, something about our hospitable nature.
Something like that. Giving
you can
away
laugh all you wish. That's right. Yeah, Gardner's in.
Okay. That could be very good. 30 because.
And that was the end of the over as well. Yeah. So the end of the 30th wicket. And then a 4 off the first ball of the 31st. Australia moving on to, and they've just taken a single as well, 149 for 4 off 30.2. That's a hell of a strike from Mooney. She really got everything behind it.
Absolutely, she's a very
so
good
strong,
bat.
Isn't she? Yeah. Oh no, there's the quick single. Yeah. Yeah, so Gardner's on strike now.
Yeah. Hopefully she can get some really dominant batting for them. She's an excellent, especially in the white ball.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was chuckling listening to you talking about the cricket games. Yeah, I mean, I've played quite a few of those. And I grew up playing Test Match, the board game.
It is a fun game.
Oh, yeah. So I was one of 4 brothers. So you could imagine there was a lot of arguments over these games as well.
I'm pretty sure that our batter has lost their head, but that is beside the point. You don't really need one of them when you are a plastic figurine.
Yes. Yeah, they seem to be rotating the strike quite nicely here.
Yeah,
Gardner's
absolutely.
got 3 off the first 2 balls. Mooney's picked up a single as well. I should say another single.
This is I think the partnership that you want to be batting for the most of the rest of the innings, in my opinion.
And they finish that on a dot ball, so that's 31 overs gone. Australia on 153 for 4.
And I'm back. Thank you
Welcome
very
back,
much.
If that is the case, I might be going to bed soon.
All right. Thank you very much.
Catch you later, Jessica.
Yes, thank you very much for being on here.
I will hope to be on future streams.
Absolutely.
Good on you, Jessica.
Yeah.
Bye.
You were well behaved while you were away. There was no bickering or.
Okay.
I was just pointing out how very, very hospitable the English have been, dropping all those catches.
Yes, that's it. That was really a problem. I mean, there was a kind of a poetic justice when
Yes, with Glenn.
with
Yes,
Glenn. Yes,
but Crosses was an absolute dolly. I mean, it was falling in front of her, and maybe it had a bit of spin on it. But you'd expect them to be taken.
yeah. You would expect
at club level, never mind at this level.
I can't remember. No, there's no sunset there yet. Was she looking into the sun? Did she lose
Maybe.
it? Maybe.
Maybe. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
Aren't you kind? I'd have been gutted if I'd dropped that.
Oh yes.
What a nice shot. Yeah, Gardner's come on and definitely set a stall out. She's taking the ones and the twos. She's definitely pushing the ball around.
Yep. Australia need to push the ball around. We were talking about earlier. You want to have the run rate hover around 5 until maybe the 30th. They're now below 5 right now.
Yes, and they don't quite have as many wickets in hand as they'd like as well. I think they'd like to put a real push on at some point. I think it's too early.
Yeah. And I mean,
is there much batting after Gardner? I think Jonasson, she's pretty good.
They are all really at least handy with a bat.
Yeah.
So I think only Darcy Brown and Megan Shutt are really not.
Yes. Bunnies as we call them.
Yes. Yeah, Darcy Brown has never even batted in a women's ODI.
And I think the point you made earlier is absolutely true. The number of all-rounders in the women's game is phenomenal.
Yes, it is, and I find it fascinating that they are really that there's a lot of them, and most of them are really viable as all-rounders. It's not.
Making real contributions. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not an all-rounder.
Capsy surprised me. Yeah, I didn't realize she could. Didn't you realize she was a bowler as well? Oh, Sutherland is in next, of course. Yes, yes. No, she's pretty good. I don't think I've seen Wareham bat.
Did she bat in one of the T20s? Let me think. I think she didn't. I think she didn't bat in the T20s.
Raggy, England have used 6 bowlers already. This is quite incredible. What options?
Yes.
Luxury, isn't it?
Yeah, but I was talking about that earlier with the T20s. They used 7 in the innings.
Sorry. There's an absolutely rank wide. Mooney came chasing down the track and she tried to push it down the leg side and just went too far.
Okay.
Well, that was the end of the 32nd over, by the way.
Yes, and Australia are 156 for 4. Capsy keeping the runs down there. Only 3 runs from that over.
Oh, and that wide as well. You're going to get to see it. Was a missed stumping because, of course, you can be stumped off a wide, as I have been.
Yes, as I think that's the worst way to get out.
Yes.
Cricket is.
No. I know the worst way is to be given out without facing, which also happened to me. I will say very early on in my
yes, okay,
pulling out a career is too much.
But stumped of a leg side wide is technically on your first ball, on the first delivery, is technically out
pretty
without
upsetting.
facing.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. No, I got run out and did the old gentleman you go. Oops. I couldn't bat to save my life, so there wasn't much of a loss.
Yeah, well, oh yes. Oh, that's a big missed
Shocker, isn't it?
opportunity. It's
It is a shocker. Yeah.
It is. Absolutely.
And these really do. These events do make the difference in a number of games.
Yes, and it's just okay. The ball comes to the leg side, but she never really gets the gloves to it.
Yeah, yeah.
And it hits her.
Tough,
It
of
hits
course,
her on the top of the fingers, and then jumps
Right.
out. Anyway,
It is very difficult as well when you make this sort of mistake. You always feel like you've let the team down. It's very difficult to get out of that sort of headspace. And obviously the captain needs to sort of rally the troops.
Yeah. Despite that, I think England can be really pleased.
I think they're getting away with it. That's right. Australia are not putting the foot down yet.
Not really.
And obviously, the wickets that have been taken, have probably kept Australia in check to some extent. And I think we're breaking for drinks. That's the end of the 33rd over.
Why are they
and
taking
6 runs came
drinks
off it
now? Yeah, end of the 33rd over with 6 runs scored. Australia are 100.
I think they stopped. Yeah, I think they stopped earlier. So I think they're doing 2 stops in the innings. So I think they stopped around over 16 or 15.
I'm pretty sure they didn't. But
right.
Doesn't really matter. Australia.
I thought I saw drinks coming out at one point. Yeah.
162 for 4 with Gardner on 4 and Mooney on 44. Well, if you take this old wisdom that double the score after 30 overs, Australia are looking at around 300, which would be really
I think
good.
Very, very competitive. Yes, would be a very competitive. Because it looks like quite a tricky track. Certainly, the seamers have got seam movement out of it as well as the swing, and the spinners are having a great time.
Absolutely, but I mean, the Australians now need to really make some runs here from now on, from here on out, because they haven't hit that many boundaries in the last few overs. There was a 4 in the.
There was a 4 in the last over.
Yes, in this one, in the 33rd, then in the 31st, and then it gets.
It's quite a while before that.
Yes, quite a while before that.
I think the wicket does usually put a bit of a break on the runs. They're just showing the replay of the Eccleston catch. That was a fantastic catch. I remember breaking my finger doing something similar to that, but the ball was hit a lot harder.
Ooh.
Yes. Just didn't quite get on top of it. I think it's the most common injury for cricketers is a broken finger.
I think it depends. Looking at it right now, all the bowlers, stress fractures seem to be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, for bowlers particularly. Yeah.
And of course hamstrings.
Yeah. Well, I never had any of those injuries, but I think I had every other injury. Certainly, by the time I gave up, I think the Achilles, the knee, the groin, it was all gone. The shoulder, it was all going.
Yeah, and I mean, and it's not even only the fast bowlers that get hit by stress fractures. Leach is out with a stress fracture, isn't he?
Yes, that's right.
Well,
so Capsey's coming back on.
she's been really good, actually.
Very tidy. Yes, absolutely. Very tidy. Very economical. I don't think Gardner's faced her much, so it'll be interesting to see how she takes it on. Oh. Oh. Sorry, I'm ahead of you. She hit one right in the air, and fortunately she got it into a gap. Right at long on. But the fielder was too far wide. A beautiful hit. She got right behind it, but it was never going to make the boundary. Yeah, she sensibly plays the next one on the ground on the offside. So how did you get interested in cricket?
How did I get interested in cricket? This
is just fascinating me.
Yeah, it's a really interesting story, actually. Well, in retrospect, the first time I ever saw anything involving cricket was probably Little Lord Fauntleroy. That Alec.
Oh, that's going back some, isn't it?
Yeah, that Alec Guinness. It's a Christmas tradition to watch it in Germany. So I didn't know it at the time, and it's just a single shot where Alec Guinness is playing cricket with his nephew.
Wow.
I think, but I didn't even know this then, and so no. But in the early to mid 90s, there was a brand of rusk called Tea Time here in Germany, and it was rusk with sugar and anise on it for dipping in tea. And they had a picture on the packaging of a mansion scene in England somewhere with people wearing white doing interesting stuff in front of this mansion. So I got interested in that. And in those times, we didn't have internet and stuff like that, so it was a bit harder to find out about it and stuff like that. But I did find out about it. And then when I got into university, I forgot about it after a while. But when I got into university, I had access to all the daily British papers. That was around 2003. And then
2003, yes. No, that would have been a very interesting era to come into cricket. Yes.
And I followed it here and there. And then the 2005.
So that would have been when Michael Vaughan became England captain around that time.
He became captain in 2003 or 4.
3 or 4, I can't remember exactly.
Yeah.
But it was like the current generation. You know, it felt like a generational change had happened, and we were a lot more positive about cricket all of a sudden.
Yes.
Actually, we should say that we got to the end of over 34, by the way. And
yes,
there were 7 runs
off
Capsies over. She bowled a rank wide as well. And now Eccleston's on against Gardner, and she's having a good go at her as well. She's really swinging the bat.
Yes.
Oh, that's 3 4s off this over so far. Sorry, 2 4s. Crikey. Yeah, I mean, I'm aware that there was... there is 3 4s, yes. I wasn't sure whether Cricinfo was ahead of the TV. Yeah, no, I was aware that Netherlands had a lot of... And I think there was a lot of expats to begin with, but obviously a lot of the locals started taking up cricket as well. So I used to work for a company that had a base in Netherlands, and often players from England would go out to join in some of the company games that were organised.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you have ever read Netherland by Joseph O'Neill.
I have not.
It's a really interesting book. It's about a guy from the Netherlands, the book is written by an Irishman, actually, but the protagonist of the book is Dutch, who moves to New York City for work, and then 9/11 happens, and his wife goes back to Europe, takes her son with him, takes their son with her, and he then he's left alone in New York City, and connects with a Caribbean man who plans to build the biggest cricket ground in all of New York, in all of the United States.
So a Field of Dreams story.
No, it's not really a Field of Dreams story. It's about basically it's about New York City after 9/11. It's a fascinating book. If anyone here listens and hasn't read Netherland by Joseph O'Neill, you should really read it. It's a amazing book. It's an amazing book.
Okay, I'll check that out. That's the end of the 35th over, by the way. And the 3 fours were all that was scored, so 12 runs off it.
Yes, and this brings Australia to 181 for 4.
And Capsey is back on bowling.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about being a cricket fan in Germany is that if you're looking for cricket books and DVDs and stuff like that on German Amazon, you do not find as much as you would on Amazon in a country that really plays cricket. But what you find is dirt cheap, and you can
yes.
You can buy Wisdons that cost less than postage and packaging they charge for it. So,
hey, that's a great tip. That is. So get your Wisdom from Germany.
Yeah. Or I think I bought a DVD set of the 2010-11 Ashes, the 7-disc big set, for like €2.73. €2.73. It's
My word.
some weird number like that from some reseller, which is,
as you say, the postage would have been more.
Yeah, it was more.
It's crazy. Yeah, I almost went to that. So that was before I moved to Australia. I almost went to that series. I had a couple of friends who were going over, and fortunately, work kind of always gets in the way, doesn't it?
Yes. Well, after
Here
that,
we go.
Yeah, after that,
end of over 36. Not a lot happened actually. It was Capsey on top.
Exactly.
Yeah. Only 3 runs taken again.
Exactly.
She's becoming the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, her economy is below 4, and
which is magic,
next
isn't
best is Sarah Glenn with 4.28. Yes.
Yeah, spin is definitely the way to go.
Absolutely.
Here.
Absolutely.
I think this is. I mean, they usually say that teams prefer to chase, but I think in some regards you get to know what the bowling conditions are a lot better for the second innings as well. And I imagine Australia will follow England's example here and bowl a lot of spin.
They absolutely should, because it's what seems to be working.
So Bell's coming back on now. So yes, I think that over from Eccleston has seen the end of her.
Yeah, Eccleston has had a bit of a shocker.
Yeah, I think that last over was. Yeah, Bell's still struggling with a radar. She gets the first ball pretty much on leg stump, which is clipped away for a single.
But I think at this point in the innings, England will be very happy with conceding singles and the odd boundary, I think.
Yeah, this does look like it could be a reasonable total, is the only thing I'd say in the against column.
Yeah, but I mean, England can absolutely go hard. Oh, here we go. There's a red. There's some red flashing up.
Yeah.
on.
And it's about to be taken. Oh, she's gone high in the air, really, really high in the air. Oh yes, that's a very good take. It was over her shoulder. She had to turn around and chase toward the boundary. At square leg. That's a very good take. Having been very rude about their catching so far, that was a fantastic take. They're always the hardest ones, the ones that go over your head and you have to chase them down.
Mm-hmm.
And that really flew over her head. She did extremely well, really well. Had to make up quite a bit of ground as well. Well, no, that's a dangerous batter out.
Yes. Ash Gardner is actually she's known for her batting. She has always been known for her batting.
Yeah.
I think
absolutely.
when she started her career, she was regarded as a much better batsman than as a bowler.
But she's made up for it since.
She did.
She's taken a lot of wickets in this series.
I have to look it up again. One of her she broke a record in the women's test match. Something like first Australian to take 16.
Is it 100? Is it 100 wickets? No.
It was.
Oh, was it 10 wickets? Yeah, unfortunately, I missed just about all of the Ashes, the Test match, due to travelling. And of course, family get-togethers, which I couldn't really get out of as I'm staying with them. Oh dear, there's another wicket gone.
Oh.
Annabelle Sutherland.
And she's bold. She's bold for a duck. And now it's really it gets really interesting, I think.
Yes.
Because now Australia only have 4 wickets in hand. There's only
3
overs
actually
to go.
4, you're right, yes. And we were talking earlier that 2 are undoubtedly bunnies. So really they only have 2 wickets.
Yes, you would say that. And they're not north of 200 runs yet. They only have two really capable batsmen left, and there's only 13 overs.
2 batters we would expect to trouble the scorer.
Yes,
is the way we normally say it. Yes,
exactly. But I'm not saying that anymore because a scorer told me that actually the batsmen that come in, go out for a duck, are the most troublesome for the scorer.
Really? I don't understand how. How does that work?
Because you have to write in, coming in,
yeah, that's true. That's true, I suppose.
And
record the score at the fall of the wicket.
Yes, and record the score at the fall of the wicket, and they're not bringing the game forward. from a betting perspective for their duck. So if a batsman comes in and makes 100, then gets out, all is fine. The work required by the scorer compared to how much the batsman pushed the game along is negligible. Not
That's easy for you to say.
Me not talking good. No, it was at a club match here in Hanover where the girlfriend of one of the players scored the match, and she was livid because the other team wasn't all that good. And there were a fair few ducks in their innings.
Actually, scoring is. I have done some scoring as well. It can be a real pain in the backside, particularly if if you don't know the opposition team very well, and they're not very clear about telling you when the bowler's changed, particularly.
Well, at the end of the 37th over, Australia are 186 for 6. 2 runs were scored in that over, but it cost Australia 2 wickets. Annabel Sutherland was out bowled by bowled by Bell, and Ashley Gardner was out caught Siva Brunt bowled Bell.
Yeah, and Capsey is back on again.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they'd bowl Capsey through, I would have thought.
Yeah, she has 3 overs left.
I would keep her on.
Yes.
At this rate, I'd keep her on.
Yep.
She's got a good rhythm going. That action is so strange.
Yeah, she actually seems to slow down.
That's right.
On the last step.
It's very interesting. I was likening it to a footballer, who does a penalty, who runs in and then stops and then kicks the ball.
Yeah.
She's very accurate. I mean, she really is landing it in a very good spot.
It's still strange because it's basically a reverse Nathan Lyon or something like that.
Because he just gets quicker.
Yes.
And Shane Warne used to kind of take off, like those 2 steps, and he was, into it very quickly.
But I won't criticize her too much because
what she does, it's all about. That's right. It's all about what the scorecard says.
Seems to work. 3 runs from that Capsey over, taking Australia to 189 for 6 after 38. Beth Mooney makes 50 during that over.
Yes, the 50. Yeah.
And Jess Jonathan is on 3 of 4. So I think England will probably go back to Nat Silver Brunt and
or Cross maybe.
Yes.
Even though she's been expensive, I think, because the Australians will have to take some chances. It might work well
for the death overs. And Silver Brunt has 5 overs left. Cross has 4 overs left, and I guess they will bowl out 1 or 2 of the spinners.
Capsey for sure.
Of it. Yes, absolutely.
And I guess Bell will come on toward the end as well. Well, she's coming on this next over again.
Yes.
I also played mixed cricket as well. That was quite a lot of fun. One of the clients I had, that they encouraged the women to play as well. It was a very interesting experience.
Yeah. For anyone who's interested, last summer the German Cricket Board organized kind of a performance training day for the girls, because they're trying to get girls involved in cricket in Germany and to find players for the national team. So and I wrote a piece about that for Guerrilla Cricket because I was there and
Wow.
took some photos of that as well. I will look up the article and post that to Twitter.
Oh, that's very good. Yes, they're showing a replay of Bell's delivery, and it deviated. It seemed off the pitch quite a distance, so it looked like it was shooting into the leg stump, I should say, and it straightened and took out the off stump. A Jaffa again. We need a jingle, don't we?
Yes, we do need.
Feel free, Leah.
I can't sing. The only band I can sing in is one of the more extreme kinds of metal. Something like.
Are you familiar with Mog's work?
Yes. I am very familiar with Mog's work, and I'm also getting a podcast about geek culture from a queer perspective off the ground now in Germany. I actually got Mog to write me a theme tune for that.
Oh, what a superstar.
Thank you very much again, Mog. I really like it.
Yeah. So I think there's only 3. That's the end of the 39th over. Only 3 runs came off that.
Yes.
Elle's definitely getting the ball in the right areas again. She struggled a bit earlier, but she's definitely bringing it together now. Yeah, the last 3 overs have only gone for 8 runs. Yeah, the run rate's below 5. I think England would be happy with that. I think if they could keep them under 250, I think they would feel reasonably pleased, particularly from this position. Mind you, 2 more wickets.
Absolutely.
As they used to say, add 2 more wickets to the... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Capsey is coming on again. And very tight.
All right, everyone. If you are interested in the article I mentioned, there's my Twitter handle. I posted it to Twitter. Feel free to take a look. It's not only about this performance workshop, which were held all across Germany. There's also a brief history of cricket in Germany, which is much longer than most people think, goes back to the 19th century. Then there was a bit of a, unfortunate involvement of C.B. Fry, because he actually met with Joachim von Ribbentrop. Yes, that's him, Joachim von Ribbentrop of Ribbentrop-Stalin Pact fame, to convince Hitler to declare cricket the national sport of Germany.
Wow. That name rings a bell, Fry. I think he was up to all sorts of
yes, he was
dealings.
Former English captain who was then made
Wasn't he chairman of the MCC?
Yes, he was. But he was after the war. He was made to shut up because he was very embarrassing for England.
Yes, indeed.
And then there has been right now there's kind of a renaissance in German cricket, because of course there's a lot of expats from the subcontinent, but obviously, of course, a lot of people from Afghanistan coming in.
Yes, of course.
And and I think it's a really good tool to integrate these people, give them a sense of belonging, because integration into a society is not
it's not an easy thing. That's right. It's very important. That's right.
It's not a one-way street.
Absolutely.
You can't just say, okay, here you are now you do things our way. You also have to say, okay, you are here now, and now let's see how we can make this work together.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's the end of the 40th over, and 4 runs were taken off that. Capsey again bowling very tight.
Oh, yes. Australia 196 for 6. Mooney 53 and Jess Jonathan on 6. And that brings back Lauren Bell.
Yeah.
If England can keep Australia to below 250 here, they'll be really,
Yeah, I think they'd be pleased. I agree.
Really pleased.
Yeah. Yeah, you fancy another wicket would even make that quite a challenge for Australia at this point.
Probably because
Bell is getting the ball. She's doing some sort of strange dance, but she's getting the ball to seam beautifully off the pitch. Oh, short ball. You don't see too many short balls in this format.
No, you don't actually. You're right.
They all think it's very funny. Cross and Knight were having a bit of a chuckle about it. So
yeah, and I mean, the next batsman in is Wareham, and she boasts a pretty impressive batting average in one-day internationals of 58.
Wow, that's very impressive.
It gets less.
Why is she batting so far down the order?
It gets less impressive
after that. Yes.
If you consider that her high score is 19 not out and her average is only 58 because in
I was going to say
in 5 innings she has 4 red inkers.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
She has made 58 runs in her career.
Yes.
And then there's shot at 10. And she averages 7.14.
Oh. Yeah, the runs are not flowing, but they do seem to be milking singles in this over.
Yeah, and there's also a couple in there of the third ball by Mooney. But I guess England backed themselves to chase this. During the rain affected T20, they were given a really hard target due to Duckworth-Lewis.
The old DLS, isn't it?
DLS,
Duckworth-Lewis Stern these days.
Yes. They were given a target that required them to go at basically, I think, almost 9 and over from the very beginning. And they chased that down. They did it.
Yeah.
So
I think they only, was it 14 overs they had to play?
Yeah, something like that. It was 14 overs, and they had to run at 9 and over, something like that.
Which, as we all know, is very doable in a T20.
But I think they'll back themselves to chase anything below 300.
Yeah.
I think. I was looking at.
Yeah, they should take some confidence from that T20, because they certainly piled on the runs. So Capsey's taking a bit of tap in this over. That's a couple of 4s off her already. Yeah, Australia clearly decided they're going to go for it. Oh, it's just over. No, I thought it was just over mid-off's head, but it was actually quite comfortably over. With another 4.
Yeah, but it's the 42nd over.
So they have to go for it. That's right.
They have to.
That's
They
right.
have to.
And if they are bringing the field up, then they really should be going over the top. Oh yeah, she's getting tighter now. Yeah, it looks like she's getting topspin on the ball. I can't detect any sort of lateral movement. It seems to be, hammering into the bat.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, she dried up the runs after those 4s.
Yeah. Bringing Australia to 211 for 6 after 42 overs now. Exactly. Beth Mooney 61 and Jess Jonathan 13. The run rate is creeping around 5 again. After
5 or 2.
Yeah. After it was considerably lower a few overs ago. But I mean, only 9 runs from the 42nd, and Australia going nowhere relatively slowly here, I think.
I don't know. I think they've picked it up. I think they're definitely starting to put the foot down now. I think they are really going for the shots now. I think it's all about Mooney. I think the longer Mooney can stay in, the higher this score is going to be.
Yes, absolutely. But I mean, there's only 8 overs left. If they score at 9, they make 72. That's around 280.
Oh, is that a wicket? No, I think she's signalled it was hit the ground.
Yeah, I mean, even if they score at 9 and over from here on out, it only takes them to 280.
Oh yeah, it popped out. Yeah, Siva Brunt is back on, by the way. She's getting her speeds. Yeah, everything's being chopped back on the offside behind square. 3 dot balls. Oh yes. Yeah, they thought it was a catch. She hit the top of her hand, hit her in the breadbasket, and then hit the ground, and then ended up in her hand. So if you didn't see the action, as I didn't when it first came through, I thought she'd actually landed on it. But no, the slow-mo showed it had ping-ponged around a little bit.
Okay. And I mean, yeah, Australia need to score right now, and they're not doing it to Net Brunt right now.
Yeah, they've only got a single off the over so far.
Yes.
Still 2 balls to go.
Yes. I think England are very, very happy right now.
If only those catches had stuck, though. Imagine how much happier they could have been.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't see Australia being quite so generous in the field.
No, probably not. Probably not. Ooh. But yeah, I mean, the 43rd over goes for a mere 3 runs, leaving Australia on 214 for 6.
Yes, England will be very happy with that. That was a very good over.
It was an excellent over. It was indeed an excellent over. And a quick update for anyone interested in the test match going on in Rousseau. West Indies won the toss and chose to bat and are currently 22 for no loss after 8.4 overs. Well. Eccleston is back on.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, she's got 3 overs. I think this is the difficulty now. And I guess the captain has to just go on the hunch. If they're going to come in an attack, they might make some mistakes. I think this is a good option, actually.
Yes.
Because she was hit for 4s, wasn't she, in one of her previous...
yeah, there was...
I think it was her last over, in fact, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I mean, all in all, she's been hit for 6 4s in the innings. She has conceded 38 runs so far, at an economy of 5.06. That's not really.
It's not terrible. Yeah, it's not terrible.
No, not bad numbers.
But that one over, they really did go at her.
Yes. It was Gardner, wasn't it?
Ooh, a bit of a fumble by the wicketkeeper.
But all in all, I have to say that Eccleston is continuing in this 8th of her overs. Her otherwise excellent performance, except for that one over where she was really taken to the cleaners, because she only concedes 2 of the over.
Yes. That was just in the last ball.
Overs gone. Australia 216 for 6.
Yeah, she's just giving them no width at all, and she's pitching it right up as well, making them really difficult to get away. It's quite an interesting ploy because it can be quite dangerous. If you get that slightly wrong, it's pretty much a free hit.
Absolutely, but and perhaps that was the problem in that one over where she got a bit murdered. Let's say. Maybe they try to mix it up there. Maybe it was a tactical decision and it didn't really work out. So,
well, that was a very, very good over at this stage of the game. 2 runs off it. That's phenomenal.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, it's
216 for 6 off 44. So yeah, that really has brought them right down again. Siva Brunt back on. Yeah, I do think Australia has missed Meg Lanning.
Absolutely.
So far, I think certainly the series has been closer as a result.
I think they haven't missed her as much as excuse me. I think they haven't missed her as much as I would have expected, and probably as they would have expected. But
certainly, I mean, Elisa Healy, I mean, she's been around. She's the captain now, isn't she? And she has been around for such a long time.
Yeah. She's pulling double duty as captain and
Yeah.
keeper.
And keeper, yeah. That's a lot to ask of any player, isn't it? But she's seems such a solid player that if anyone could take it on, she could.
Yes, absolutely. And
Again, they're only getting singles at the moment. They're not really hitting the ball.
Yeah, and they're not even getting singles every ball.
Every ball, that's right.
I think this is Australia's problem right now. They can't even hit any bowler out of the attack right now.
Yeah, I think they are worried about their tail at the moment. They look like they're protecting it and just trying to see out the overs. I think England have bowled well as well. I have to say, at the death, they've done very well.
They absolutely have.
And certainly the fielders have been throwing themselves at the ball, so you can't question their commitment at this point.
No, the commitment is definitely there. Some of the dollies should have stuck, but the ground fielding from England has been pretty good. The ground fielding has been pretty good, and that means that
there's no single to finish the over. So that's 4 runs off that over. 220 for 6.
Nothing.
Yeah, 5 overs to go.
I mean, this is
we've got to expect some fireworks soon.
Yeah,
they've got to start throwing the bat, haven't they?
They have to. They absolutely have to. I mean, all this old at least play out the overs and stuff like that. It's all fine, but if you're saying that at this point and the last 5 overs are maidens, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, indeed, that would be something.
Yeah,
you could get good odds on that, I think.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, Eccleston is back.
Yeah, Eccleston's back. Yeah.
Yes, and I mean, it's kind of obviously kind of a joke, but
they're going for big hit there from Jonathan. Oh, and buzzers. There's an overthrow. Take 2. Yeah, should have only been a single. Good throw in. What happened? Oh, is that the bowler's end? She wasn't really paying attention.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, two overthrows. Yeah, that's sloppy from England right now.
Yes.
That's sloppy.
Yeah, the backing up's not been great there.
And I mean, these are preventable runs. And
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And you hate conceding these, even though you have him in the ropes, on the ropes right now. Because I really don't think this is a par score on this pitch.
Yeah. Well, we have no data. I couldn't find any, to be honest. So
yeah,
it does look quite a sticky wicket. I don't think it's as batting friendly as Lord's was.
No, probably not. But I'm not implying that I have data and can have an informed opinion here on what is a par score. I think based on the expectations, Australia will not be happy with this total if this goes the way it seems right now. If this if they
So 7 off that over.
yes, which is
The
which is
46th over. Yeah.
but 227.46 is. I think Australia were aiming for probably 300, 320. I think they were aiming for that even at 30 overs in.
Yes, another big shot, but it's been well fielded. Yeah, no, England have been very good. Yeah, that was the thing I was struck by in the T20s, that Australia seemed to find a lot of boundaries with obviously fielders chasing after the ball, but obviously they were finding the gaps and found the boundaries quite easily. But they certainly haven't done that in this game.
Yeah, this is
Oh, that's up in the air, but it's safe.
this is really interesting. This is a really old school ODI with
Yes,
not
indeed.
that many boundaries and singles and doubles being taken. I mean, can I see how many?
Safe. Yeah, there's a chance of a run out, but she was safe. Yeah, Bell's back on, by the way, bowling to Mooney at the moment.
I mean, there have been 26 boundaries this innings so far.
Is that all?
That's
that
all,
does
yes.
sound low, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, they score more than that in a T20, don't they, normally?
Probably, yes. Also, yes, I would say that they scored at least 30.
Yeah. And they have lost key wickets, though, I think. I think that has put the brakes on.
Granted, yes.
Yeah, they seem to be playing a lot of shots along the ground.
Which is fine and the correct way to do. Don't throw your wicket away, stuff like that. Obviously. But I'm not sure.
Oh, there's a full toss. And again, it doesn't make the boundary. She only gets a single for it. Mind you, she did pick out the fielder that time.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, she was a bit short of it.
Yeah, Australia will definitely rely a lot on Ash Gardner this match.
Yeah, slower ball, and she hoiked it up in the air, but again it fell short as a fielder. Nowhere near the boundary.
And that means there's 7 runs off the over, I think.
Yes, indeed. Again, a very good over.
Yes.
She didn't give them an awful lot. It just didn't connect with the ball.
And there were only singles and 1 double. And Sophie Eccleston's back. Yeah, but Australia 234 for 6 with Jess Jonathan on 25 and Beth Mooney on 72. I think the only Australian...
Oh, it's up in the air. Oh, she's found the gap this time. She's got a 4. Jonathan came down the track a little bit and let fly. Down at long off. Long on, sorry.
Yeah.
She's left-handed.
But I mean, I mean, okay, but England won't mind the odd boundary.
They're the odd.
For,
That's right.
for
And the
Australia.
next ball's a single. Yeah.
England won't mind that too much.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Mooney does. Mooney seems like she's more keen on putting it along the ground. Oh, she's come out, but she's hit it along the ground, but it's again out of the fielder, which gets one. Jonathan's back on strike. Oh, she's gone.
Yes. Jess Jonathan bowled Eccleston for 30, and Australia now 240 for 7. And as we said earlier, now there's really only the tail.
Oh, that was quite a delivery. That was well outside off, and it spun back in and took the top of off. Glenn McGrath would have been pleased with that delivery. That was fabulous. Yeah, unfortunately, Jonathan backed away, thinking it was going to come straighter, and just was nowhere near the ball.
And I think now the next Australian in should be Georgia Wareham.
Yeah.
With the batting average of 58 in women's ODI.
Yes. So Wareham not out.
Yep.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to be throwing the bat now.
Yes, they have to do. And an update on the India tour of West Indies. Ashwin has Chanderpaul bowled for 12 runs. West Indies.
This is the young Chanderpaul, isn't it?
The young Chanderpaul, yes.
Oh, she looked like she got a horrible edge, but it's gone for 4. She did not look in control of that shot at all. But it went fine. Then where slips would be. Didn't really turn a lot, but she got a really a very fortuitous 4 there, I would say.
And
she'll take it, of course.
Australia will take any runs right now. Any runs they can get.
Yeah, the next one's fired down the leg side, and she comes around for 2. Yeah, Wareham. So that average of hers must be up to 64 now. Then she's 6 not out of 2 balls.
It is. It is. And after 48 overs, Australia are 246 for 7 at a run rate of 5.12.
Yeah, I don't think England would be too intimidated by that score. And there's always scoreboard pressure when you follow, because there will be an ebb and flow to most innings. But I would imagine England should feel confident, particularly after the last T20.
Yes, absolutely. And what are Australia looking at here? A score of maybe 260. I think. As Lauren Bell is back into the attack, she's going to be bowled out here.
Yes. Mooney's putting that across the ground again. That's such a good delivery from Eccleston to get at Jonathan.
Absolutely.
I think she took the pace off it as well, so I think that might have... because I think she was firing a couple in. These are the plans. It's always interesting to see the bowler making these plans to, fire in a couple and then put a loopier outside off,
Yeah.
just to see what the batsman's
Yeah.
going to do. And of course, they have to chase the run, so they've really got to play the ball.
I mean, what would should England now bowl a bit more aggressively? I don't think so. I don't
think so. And I think on a pitch like this, I mean, I would be looking to take the pace off the ball and make the batsman do all the work here.
Yeah, and just bowl absolutely defensively.
And that's right, and bowl at the stumps as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Because, if you miss, I'll hit. Yeah, Mooney got a lusty blow in on the last one, but she found the fielder. I think, again, England field placing, you've got to give Knight a lot of credit here. Oh, something weird happened there.
But also the willingness to put the miles into the legs by the fielders.
Absolutely. There's the 250 up. There was a weird bounce. I don't know what that hit. She threw it back to the bowler, bounced in front of the bowler, and just took a 90-degree turn. It's very strange. Didn't cost a run. Oh, there's a slower ball. That's a beautiful delivery. Doesn't get off the square, but she takes a single.
All right. And Wareham shows why she has an average of 70, I guess.
Oh, you're ahead of me. Oh, yes, she's just smashed a ball to the end. Oh, yes, it's gone. The fielder was very close. Chased very hard, but couldn't quite get to it. That was a very nice fall.
But also, England won't mind the odd boundary.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and you have to expect it in these late overs. That's right.
And I mean, an over that goes for 9 runs at the death of an ODI.
Not a bad. That's right.
It's a fine over.
It's a very fine shot that was. She certainly knows where the bat is and the ball. A lusty blow that was. Yeah, Sivers Brunt is going to finish off the innings.
Yeah, I expected that. She bowled really well today.
Yeah,
really, really well. Just one wicket though.
Yeah. Oh, first commentator's curse. The first ball went for 4. She kind of pulled it a little bit leg side, and Mooney just clipped it. And where third man would be, yeah, it's a good shot actually. Just on her leg, yeah, no, you really can't bowl there. That's 30 boundaries, no 6s.
Exactly, no 6 hit thus far.
So a slower ball came in. Mooney stepped across to the offside and did one of those paddle shots, and it just fell short of the fielder. Good feeling again, running flat out to pick that up. Capsy. Yeah, you can't fault the ground fielding.
Yes, England have been.
Oh, that's up in the air. It's a huge hit. Oh, it's taken. By Wyatt. I thought that was Cross at first, but it's not. It's Wyatt. I thought she was going to get redemption for her earlier, but no, that was Wyatt. That was a comfortable take as well. It was really hit high in the air.
Yes, and that.
Oh, is that the back of the hand? Very good delivery.
So Wareham is out caught Wyatt bowled Silver Brunt for 12, meaning Australia 260 for 8 after 3 deliveries of the 50th over.
Yeah.
Well, this is... I would say the bowling performance by England has been pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah. It's a shame about the drop catches, I think. You know, if you're looking for
Yes,
things in the negative column as well as in the
Yeah.
positive.
Yeah, of course.
I think they have bowled pretty well. I'll go along with that. Yeah, some more catches would have really put the screws on Australia.
But I think the catches that were dropped weren't that costly.
Well, they dropped Mooney, didn't they?
I can't remember.
Oh, was that the missed stumping? There was a missed stumping to Mooney.
Yes. Yes, there was a missed... Oh no, Mooney might have been dropped as well.
Yeah, I think she was dropped as well, yes.
Yes. The first one was... Perry was dropped.
And she did go on to get 40, so...
Yeah, but she was dropped on something like 35, so it was basically just 5 runs. I think.
So Shoot got 2 runs off the penultimate ball. Here comes the last ball. Oh, pretty ugly looking delivery, but she got bat on it. Tickled it down the leg side for a single. Yeah, 263 doesn't sound like a imposing total.
No, not really. Not
but
really.
You don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like out there facing it. So
exactly.
You'd imagine, particularly after the T20 success, you'd imagine they would fancy chasing this down.
They absolutely will fancy chasing this down.
But I think Gardner might have a big say still in this game.
Absolutely. I think Gardner is definitely is absolutely their premier spinner in this match.
Well, Jonasson also is pretty good.
Yeah, but I think Gardner is a bit better.
Yeah. She certainly has better stats. So yeah.
I mean, so of course she's going to be their go-to bowler. Well, I think I'll go through the scorecard and we'll take a break for the innings break here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Yes, we'll be back.
For the English chase.
For the run chase.
The run
absolutely.
Chase, yes.
The exciting run chase that will come up.
Absolutely. I mean, a quick wicket inside the
power play
will make it very interesting.
It could be very interesting. Absolutely. Yeah, if they take an early wicket like England did, I think yes, it'll put the pressure back on England very quickly.
Yes. So the scorecard.
All right, I'll disappear now. We'll catch you in a bit.
All right, catch you later. Alyssa Healy, LBW bowled cross 8 runs. Phoebe Litchfield caught Eccleston, bowled net Silver Brunt 34. Elise Perry caught net Silver Brunt, bowled Glenn 41. Beth Mooney not out 81. Talia McGrath bowled Capsey 24. Ashley Gardner caught net Silver Brunt, bowled Bell 21. Annabelle Sutherland bowled Bell 0. Jess Jonasson bowled Eccleston 30. Georgia Wareham caught Wyatt, bowled net Silver Brunt 12. Megan Shutt not out 3. 9 extras, of which 2 were leg byes and 7 were wides. Meaning the total for Australia is 263 for 8 in 50 overs at a run rate of 5.26. The bowling card, Kate Cross, 6 overs, no maidens, 42 runs, 1 wicket, economy 7. Lauren Bell, 10 overs, no maidens, 56 runs, 2 wickets, economy 5.6. Nat Silver Brunt, 8 overs, no maidens, 38 runs, 2 wickets, economy 4.75. Sophia Eccleston, 10 overs, no maidens, 58 runs, 1 wicket, economy 5.8. Sarah Glenn, 7 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 1 wicket, economy 4.28. Alice Capsey, 9 overs, no maidens, 37 runs, 1 wicket, economy 4.11. Well, thank you very much for the attention. We'll take a break during the innings break, but we'll be back with you for the England run chase. Thank you very much and see you later.
been a bit unfortunate with the fact that
Okay, so we are back. The players are on the field. Tammy Beaumont is opening. And it looks like Megan Shute is going to bowl. Oh no, it's Darcy Brown. That was close. I hope Leah hasn't fallen asleep.
Yes, no.
Hey.
And we are back. Let me just reactivate my camera and get that innings break out of the way. Well, we are back. Welcome back to...
Oh, and the first ball down the leg side.
Oh.
I think it was stopped on the boundary. They're given 4. Buys. Oh, sorry, was that?
What is
his hand out for?
What is that?
Leg buys. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the England openers are unexpectedly Sophia Dunkley and Tammy Beaumont, and Darcy Brown opens the bowling for Australia. The target, may I remind everyone, is 264 runs.
Yes, I was looking over that scorecard again, and other than Mooney, there was nothing really to shout about, was there?
Not really. There were there was one.
Wow.
There was 140.
Oh, sorry, 4 runs.
Yeah.
Smashed. I mean, this is the other thing. If England can get off to a bit of a flyer, it takes so much of the pressure off them.
Absolutely,
they're already the runner ball for this over, so
yeah.
Anything from now on is a bonus. Obviously, with the field in, they'll want to make as much of this as they can.
Absolutely, if they can smash a quick 60 in the power play,
that would be very desirable.
On top of the world. They'll be on top of the world, I think.
It's still not a foregone conclusion, of course, as an England fan.
No.
I know this. But it will be welcome, yes.
Yes, and a quick early wicket might actually make this very
that's right, push it the other way. Absolutely, yeah.
Over in the Caribbean, I have an update. The West Indies are now 55 for 3 after 22 overs. And ESPN tweeted a neat little graphic. Because Ashwin got Taganarayan Chanderpaul. And they had a graphic called Cross Generations, bowlers to dismiss both father and son.
And son.
Tests.
Oh, yes. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ian Botham dismissed both Lance and Chris Cairns, as did Wasim Akram. And Mitchell Stark, Simon Harmer and Ravichandran Ashwin dismissed both Chanderpauls in tests, which I find I found
fascinating.
A neat graphic.
Yeah, that is fascinating. I did play cricket with two of my kids, so the middle daughter and the younger son as well. I may have put them off cricket for life, mind, but that's another matter altogether.
Okay. Well, there's another.
My son. My son, I think, like me, is more of a spectator than a partaker. So he'll be joining me actually on Sunday.
Oh, excellent! A good family outing then.
Yeah. Unfortunately, none of the females in the family are interested in the cricket, but the way it goes.
Yeah, sometimes. Oh dear. There've been the Australian bowling seems a bit off. Darcy Brown has...
Oh my word. Yes, there's a couple of wides in this over already.
Yes. And England are already 9 for no wicket.
So if we get the single, that's the 10 and over you were asking for.
Yes.
Oh, that was seriously wide as well. That wasn't close. That was seriously wide.
Yeah.
Not quite Steve Harmison wide, but seriously wide.
Oh yes, that's Steve. That's Steve Harmison.
Oh yeah, you would have been following cricket. Yeah, that would have been the 2006.
Yes.
Yeah. First delivery to second slip. Fantastic.
Yes. It's the first delivery of the whole series, and it goes to second slip.
Right.
It's not the best.
No, definitely not.
That whole series was quite something.
Insane. Yeah. It was the Fredolo
No
series.
No, that was during.
Was
that was during a World Cup. Fredelo was during a World Cup.
Well, maybe the World Cup followed the Ashes series then. Thought they were still out there.
Yeah, must be, because I think it's a 2007 World Cup. And it was in Australia, wasn't it?
Yeah, so maybe it followed the Ashes. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, no, I think they were at a bit of a low by that stage, so yes. A bit like David Gower flying in his Tiger Moth.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard that story. That's an amazing story.
Of course I have. And Elise Perry.
Oh, there's a misfield. Very bad misfield as well. I'd be going for 4. It is.
Yes.
Crikey. This is not a good start from Australia.
Absolutely not. I think Vish on Cricinfo was actually saying that he thinks that Australia have enough. They are feeling that they're feeling pretty well.
Yeah. No, I think like everything. Once you've posted a total, I think you have to be as confident as you can to defend it. So yes.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. That the confidence has to be there.
Oh yeah. Oh, you can't take to the field, kind of expecting to lose. I mean, you might as well just not bother. I think if we've learned anything from baseball, is that you.
Yeah, true.
And I think the women do play, and really, I think they are quite positive. You don't feel, many of them dropping their heads too soon for sure.
Yes, and I don't mean it exactly in that way, because of course Australia need the confidence and the belief that they can defend this total, but I think it's a bit on the low-ish end of defendable scores.
Oh, I think we got a no ball coming up.
Yes.
Oh dear.
And I mean the first over is.
My word, she's got underneath that, and that looks like another 4. Yeah, very fine shot. A good hook that was.
Yeah, and so we are now already on 9 runs conceded off the second over.
Not quite up to your 10, but getting there.
And here we are, another wide.
Really? I think you're ahead of me.
Yes, Cricinfo is.
Yeah.
I have to admit.
I tend to avoid looking at Cricinfo until the end of the over. That's a wide indeed. Down the leg side. Not particularly close either. Now, I don't get to watch too many of the women's games, but I do keep up with what's going on through the various podcasts.
Yes.
So outside of Guerrilla Cricket, of course, which podcasts do you listen to? Of course, the Armchair Cricket podcast, which you appeared on.
Yeah. Podcast. Then a lot of the stuff Jared Kimber puts out,
Yeah.
like his Double Century. Then there's another Indian podcast called Edges and Sledges.
Okay, I've not heard of that.
And I used to listen to Tailenders.
Yes.
And
To say that's a cricket podcast is putting it miles. There's another wide, by the way.
Yeah. I know.
It's a bit of a laugh. You can't
Yes.
take it very seriously.
No,
I mean,
no,
they clearly love cricket, but there's a lot of mucking about goes on in that podcast as well.
Absolutely.
I loved the episode with Mark Wood. Mark Wood was on there once. And he was just brilliant. I absolutely love Mark Wood. I'm from the same part of the world, so I'm from the northeast of England as well. So I think whenever somebody is a bit kind of bit crazy from the northeast, I think all us Geordies kind of get together. I think get behind them.
Yes, and one criminally underrated cricket podcast that I listen to is Reverse Swept Radio.
Okay. I've not heard of this either.
They are an excellent podcast. Originally started by two Brits, and one of them moved to Australia later on, and they are doing the full Monty basically.
Wow.
They give updates on all that happened in world cricket in the preceding 2 weeks, and then they also every episode they have a book review or a movie review or something like that, and basically one of them prepares an essay about something in cricket, basically every 2 weeks, and it's a really good cricket podcast. It's not all about scores from the last 2 weeks, but it's more about the wider world of cricket, what happened, and they do book reviews about cricket stuff. This is really interesting, I think.
No, I've made a note of those two. I'll follow them up because I listen to a lot of cricket podcasts. So my go-to, so after Guerrilla Cricket, of course, is Wisden. I'm a big fan of the Wisden podcast.
Yes, of course.
And it's a bit of a classic. I do subscribe to TMS, but I don't always listen to it, I'll be honest with you. I think listening to Michael Vaughan and Aggers and Stephen Finn over and over again, you almost know what they're going to say. There's almost no point. So that's pretty good. And I do quite like the, there's a cricket bat cat.
Yes.
Cricket bat cat, yeah, I've got the wrong way. Yeah, can't bowl. And that is a bit more lighthearted with Dan Liebke as well.
Yes.
Actually, those guys are over as well. They're going to be in Old Trafford, so I really should send them a message. Yeah, so I've got tickets for days 1 and 2 at Old Trafford. So yeah, I'll try and catch up with them. The other one I like, which is Australian-based, is Cricket Etc. with Gideon Haigh and Peter Lawler.
Ooh.
They both write for the Australian. Have you heard of Gideon Haigh?
I own books by him.
Yeah. No, I actually went to a book signing. I went to, he wrote the book about Wazzy Makram.
Yes.
Sultan of Swing. Yes. I actually went to his book launch for that and got to meet both of them, which was quite interesting.
Yeah.
Fascinating book as well.
Yes, I believe it. I have The Cricket War about the Packer Revolution by him, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. He's a very good writer, and he appears. There's a program on Australia called Offsiders, which is a sports review, half an hour every week on a Sunday morning after the politics programs. He's quite often on that, and it's usually very insightful. What he's been finding out. Of course, his opinions. There's another wide going in, by the way. This is a slightly tighter over from Brown, but she's lost the radar a bit.
Yeah, now that you mentioned,
there's hundreds out there. So there's the Great Cricketer, I think it's called as well. I mean that sometimes it's on it.
And
Not very often, actually.
yeah, but now that you mention it, Dan Liebke, of course, one of the greatest cricket podcasts of all time is of course the Ridiculous Ashes podcast.
Oh yes.
Which he does together with Alex Bowden from King Cricket, which is amazing. And I actually ripped them my Ashes 2013.
Oh, 5 wides.
Yeah.
Oh, down the leg side, straight to the fine leg boundary. Oh, my word.
This
is not the way to defend a total.
No, this is not. Definitely.
Extras have 14 runs already, so extras have beaten at least 5 of the all but 4 of the Australian bowlers already.
Yeah, and England at the end of 3 overs are 27 for none.
Yeah, cruising.
Yeah. But this is a marathon,
yes, it could
not
all
a
change.
Sprint.
Indeed, absolutely right.
I provided them with the highlight reels for the 2013 Ashes. Alex. And,
oh wow!
Yeah. They couldn't find any footage of that, so I said, okay, I do own it.
Oh, because you had it on DVD.
I have it on DVD. Yes.
Very good. It cost you a princely two.
Something like that.
75 euros.
Yeah, something around this.
That was possibly the best €3 you've spent, I think.
There's a lot of cricket stuff that I own that cost around €3. There's also the Fire in Babylon book.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah. And I think most of us, certainly of my age, so I'm in my mid-50s now, remember the West Indies being such awesome team. It's so sad to see them kind of down to the level they're at now. It's very, very sad.
It is.
I'm reading Ian Botham's autobiography at the moment, and the tussles he had with, and they were his mates, the likes of Viv Richards and Joel Garner,
yes,
because they all played at the same county. They still wanted to beat each other. They were extremely competitive, but just good mates, had a beer afterwards, whatever happened on the field, and I really admire that. I think that's just such a good. That's the spirit in which cricket should be played.
Yeah, and isn't Joel Garner actually the guy who gave Botham his beefy nickname? I think it was.
I think he did. Yeah. I think he did. Yeah.
His England teammates used to call him the Gorilla, according to Dickie Bird.
Before he kind of got started, when he was a kind of an apprentice, they also used to call him the Bungalow because he had nothing upstairs.
Still doesn't.
He wasn't known for his intelligence.
Lord Beefy of Brexitshire. Well, Elise Perry is back.
Back, and she's bowling a bit tighter this over.
Yeah.
Well, one ball gone. Oh, she's cleaned up Dunkley. Bowled through the gate.
And that means Sophia Dunkley is bowled by Elise Perry for 8 at a strike rate of 66. And England, after 3.2 overs, are 29 for 1 because the ball preceding the wicket was a wide.
Just seamed in. That was a beautiful delivery, that was. Just nipped in.
Yeah. And
the seam.
And that makes it interesting all of a sudden, I think.
I think I'd have been delighted with that delivery. Yes, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are a huge amount of cricket-based podcasts out there. You could spend much of your life listening to them.
Absolutely.
And I usually do. So
yeah, I mean, I used to listen to Jared Kimber and Andy Zaltzman doing
Zaltzman is phenomenal. Yes.
doing the Cricket Sadist Hour. That was the name of their podcast back in the day. The Cricket Sadist Hour, and Zaltzman also used to do comedy bits for in between.
That's right. He was a comedian. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Did stand up, didn't he? Routines.
yeah, and he had a podcast with some other guy that then went over to America. Don't know what he does now. No, it's John Oliver. He had a podcast with John Oliver.
Oh, yes, of course, John Oliver. Yeah. I mean, he hasn't done much since, has he?
No. No, but they had a podcast called The Bugle before Oliver went over to America.
Made it big.
Yes,
Love
absolutely.
his show. Absolutely love his show.
Mm.
There's whole sections. I saw it recently, actually, of him literally roasting Donald Trump for 10 minutes straight or 7 minutes straight or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's obviously just sections he's taken out of each show. He doesn't sit on the fence, that man.
No, he doesn't. He really doesn't. And what? This is
a Capsy is in. Yeah.
It's
very seems to have got it tied down a bit, actually. Yeah.
Just 2 wides conceded in that fourth over, and England at 29 for 1. And this is the early wicket that can really make this game, this chase, interesting.
Yep. Mind you, again, we have batsmen in form, so...
Yeah, true.
They'll potentially take this in their stride as long as they can rebuild. Yeah, you don't fancy that they'd like to make the most of this power play.
It's either that. I mean, England need to do well in this power play, or they have to do what Australia weren't really able to do, and that is accelerate with set batsmen
through those middle overs,
during the middle overs, and ideally at the death. I think that was the big problem for Australia.
Yes, they had.
They couldn't get it going.
No, and I think they never really had the wickets in hand to push that too hard.
Maybe. I mean, they were losing wickets quite regularly. If you look at the ESPN Cricinfo graphic, it's relatively regularly and
regularly,
the run rate never really picked up for Australia. But now Brown is back.
They were showing footage of the team area, and it's like a kindergarten. The number of kids in there must be something. Oh, and they're off to buy ice creams as well. That's
yeah. I saw that
classic English tradition. Yeah,
yes. But Australia are...
Ooh, full toss, got away with it.
Yeah, Australia are keeping it tidy.
Yeah, no, she's bowling quicker than any of the English bowlers. She's over 70 miles an hour. I think a lot of them were just under. They're showing a pitch map of where the ball is going past the stumps. It is all over the place. There's nothing consistent here.
I'm sorry, I guess I have to turn off the camera for a second and rearrange the furniture.
Ooh. There's a close run out ball. I think she made a ground. A little slow at setting off. Beaumont looked like she was interrupted a little bit by the bowler. They went to the wicket keeper's end. Oh, that would have been close. The ball bounced out of her hand, and though she whipped off the bails, she didn't have the ball, so that wouldn't have been out. And the extra speed does seem to be giving the batsman a little bit of a challenge. So after the initial wayward couple of overs, Darcy Brown definitely got that back on track. The Beaumont's got 6 runs off 15 balls. Again, as long as they keep the wickets, I think England will feel they've got a chance here. Yeah, she advances this time to Perry and gets a good shot away for 4 runs. Very nice shot. Yeah, very well played on the offside. She comes down again on the onside. Time is fielded. She gets a single. England are being a bit more positive now. They want to make the most of these power play overs.
I'm back. I'm very, very sorry, but my
That's
improvised
all right.
kind of a studio is right now falling apart. And
Oh dear.
I'm now
Did Iron Maiden
no
take a tumble, did it?
Yeah, it did, and it's basically
Dear.
I'm recording from inside my bedroom, and that's not really something the rest of the world needs to see. No,
Are we talking Tracy Emin displays, are we?
No, it's just the bats in the background and stuff like that, and I don't want people to see that.
Well, there's another 4 runs, another good shot, this time from Capsey. The English batsmen are now coming down the track. I think they've realised they're going to get stuck on the crease with the ball nipping around, so they're coming down the track now. In fact, Capsey was batting outside of her crease, and she advanced as well. Very nice shot. Off volley blasted. Yeah, past mid-on. With the boundary.
Yes, and another update from the Caribbean. The West Indies go to lunch on 68 for 4. The last wicket before lunch to fall is Jermaine Blackwood, who is caught by Mohammad Siraj, bowled Jadeja. Yeah, as we were talking about, it's a shame to see this team
the collapse.
get so down, collapse so hard. They're not in the World Cup this year.
That's right. They've been knocked out. It's extremely sad.
Out. Yes.
So that's the end of that over. So that's 6 overs gone, and England are 39 for 1. So 9 off that over.
Yes, and
England showing a bit more intent. I think they realise if they're going to get stuck on the crease, they're going to get out basically, and certainly no runs.
Yes, I think England really, really need to play positively here, play baseball or Stokey Cullen ball or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, no, Stokey Cullen ball is the guerrilla cricket preferred.
Yes,
I think Hendo came up with that.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah. It's a good name actually, and I kind of like it better than baseball.
There's another wide. Yeah, baseball. I think it probably doesn't give because Ben Stokes clearly makes some crazy decisions. Oh, yeah, I say crazy. I mean, good luck to him. He's definitely got England playing better, but it confuses the life out of me what they're actually doing sometimes.
I'm pretty sure it confuses England as well what they are doing sometimes.
Oh, I just missed. He's definitely getting the pace up, Darcy Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Pitched it right up. I think she saw her advancing. I think it was Tammy Beaumont. And she fired... Oh, no, she fired a slower one. Oh, my word. It just missed the off stump. She was through the shot before the ball and had a quick, nervous look round. Like a slower ball, but the speed said 71, so it's kind of up there still.
Yes. 71. I'm always converting in my head.
Yeah. 100 and something.
Yeah.
200s. Yeah.
105, 110, something like that.
Oh, that's a great shot. Absolutely smashed. I think she drops it a bit shorter. She smashes it through the offside. There was a diving catch, but I don't think she was anywhere near it. Tammy Beaumont onto 15 on 20 balls.
Yeah.
Looked like another scrambled seam.
Oh,
she absolutely middled
yes.
that. Beautiful shot. Close to a no ball as well.
And I think
Fielder anywhere near that? Oh, she was a bit closer than I thought, but absolutely no chance of catching it. They look like they're having great fun out there, don't they? Oh, she's edged it, and it's going to go for 4.
Exactly. I mean, England are.
Wow.
England are actually going very well here.
Yeah.
Very well. Not even.
I think their luck, I'd say, a little bit, but they had to be a bit more positive. Oh yes, that's clipped the fingertips of Elisa Healy's mitt. Oh my word! It would have been a phenomenal take if she had taken it. It was very low to her right. Well, that's down the leg side. That's a wide. And the run rate's at 7.2, so they're picking up.
Yeah, and we had nine extras during England's innings, and
Well, they must be way over that now, are they?
Yeah, they are right now at 18.
My word.
14 of those are wides. 14 wides. And yes, Beaumont is going along excellent.
Very nicely.
Very nice. Because
and again, she had remarkable figures, and she's just smashed another 4.
Yes, exactly.
Remarkable figures in the Test match. I mean, that an incredible achievement.
Yeah, and I mean
200 runs, phenomenal.
Yes, there's
a very good shot, really good shot. Popped it down square, a real cut shot. Popped it down square on the offside and just raced away to the boundary. This is the other thing about this pitch. I mean, the ball does seem to be racing. So England's fielding, again, you have to give them credit that they chased everything they could down.
Absolutely, and the outfield is definitely quick. everyone was saying that the pitch is a bit sluggish, and that there's not much in it for the bowlers, but I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
I think there's loads in it. There's been so many balls that have nipped.
Yes. It's not the quickest pitch in the world. I'll give you that. But there's spin in it.
Mary's back on, and she's absolutely planted this through mid-wicket. Absolutely brilliant shot.
Yeah. And I mean,
Across the ground as well. A very well-controlled shot that was. Cut the field. Yeah, it was aerial a little bit, but again, nowhere near the fielders, so it sails to the boundary.
Yeah.
Capsy's certainly getting her eye in.
Oh yes.
There goes another. Oh, that's another 4.
Exactly.
Beautiful shot on the offside this time.
Yeah. And I think, I really think that Australia are missing a trick here by not bringing on any spinners.
Yes, I think they have been a bit slow to bring them on. Gee, how many overs have we had? 7? Yeah, England changed already, didn't they?
Yes, they did. They did. I think.
Oh, it's another well-placed shot.
Mm-hmm.
He's back on the leg side for another 4. Slightly squarer than previous on the leg side, but a very nice shot altogether. And she looked in such control over it. She's now 16 off 12 balls. That's pretty good. Pretty good batting at this stage. Was in the air, but again, is nowhere near a fielder.
Yeah, and I mean, in an ODI, at the start of the power play, that's really good. That's really good.
What happened there? Thought for a minute she chopped on, but she hasn't. I wonder if the keeper tried to stump her. Bale certainly went flying, I thought. No, she hit it out. Seeing things. She hit it out on the offside. This is the replays of the 4s. I didn't see what happened to that. There's no run anyway.
All right. The Ocelot of Doom is back with us on the YouTube chat.
Have they missed? Well.
What have you missed? Well, Australia were restricted to 263 for 8. And in reply, England are now 69 for 1 after 8 overs.
You're slightly ahead of me again. I guess this ball's going to be a 4.
Yes.
Oh my word! That was
it is
a lusty blow.
I'm reading that from
Cricinfo. Yeah.
Cricinfo. Yes. Yeah.
Wow, that was a great shot.
Yeah, the only wicket to fall for England so far has been Sophia Dunkley, Ocelot, and England are at this stage way ahead of Australia, who at this stage were something like 30 or something like that.
Does Cricinfo do the worm? Do the
comparison?
Oh no, here we go. Sky are telling it. Yeah, Australia were 41 for 1 after 8 overs. England are now 69 for 1, so they're 28 runs ahead.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a long way to go. No, this is good for their confidence, I would say. They haven't really looked back since that wicket, have they? Because I think Australia went into their shell a little bit.
A little bit, and I still question the decision to stay with the pace bowlers.
Well, Shoot's coming on now, so they're staying with pace. She stopped doing a little jump before she starts to run up.
She stopped doing it?
Yeah, she didn't do that time.
Okay.
No, there's somebody else I follow on Twitter. Some of her tweets are so funny.
Okay, who?
Shoot, Megan,
Megan. Okay.
Australian.
Yes.
Megan
Okay.
Shoot. Yeah. She had a baby quite recently as well, didn't she? Say she, her partner.
I can't remember. Yes.
Yeah. It was maybe a couple of years ago.
Mm. Well, I mean, she's keeping the runs down a bit more.
Yeah, but I think they're just watching for what she's doing.
Yeah, I think
Her
so
speed
as well.
is well down. That last delivery was 60 miles an hour.
This is kind of weird. What are Australia doing here? Because they don't have any slips. And they clearly need wickets.
They're kind of getting away with this, though. They're only making singles here.
Yes. But they didn't have third man or anything like that. There's a lot of uncovered real estate.
Right. Yeah. There's
behind
areas
square on the offside, I think, which is a bit weird.
I think they're just having a look at her to begin with. I think they're just seeing what she's going to do.
Well, I mean, but it's still.
There's 4 runs.
Yes.
She drops a beautiful one down the slips because, as you said, there's no slips there.
Yes.
So she's made full use of it. Just run it down the bat and away for 4. Really lovely shot, actually.
Yeah, but there's also no one behind square on the offside, which is really weird. There's no sweeper at third man or something.
Interesting, because she backed away. It was coming down leg side. I actually think she could have played that down fine leg just as easily. Decided she was going to play it on the offside.
Yes. So that means the 9th over goes for 7 runs, bringing England up to 76 for 1. And I think the really important part is to push that target, that runs required below 200, which they did the last over.
Yes, there's always those milestones that the teams will look at. Yep.
Absolutely, and do it for only 1 wicket. I mean,
they certainly prefer to have this without any loss, but I don't think they've worried too much about the first wicket going down.
No, I don't think so. And I mean, in a way, that's the way to do it. That's the way to go, because it's an opener. Openers sometimes fail.
Yeah. Oh, it's the nature of the beast, isn't it? Oh my word, that's a lusty blow. Where's that gone? Line in the air, but it was safe. She got it above the ring. I think Beaumont and Capsey have got to be very confident at the moment. I mean, they've both got runs in this series. Oh, and it's a no ball as well.
It's a no ball as well.
Just to add to the insult. Yeah. Oh, Sutherland is bowling, by the way. Injured bowler. Do you remember I was saying about the troubles I had when I was scoring? I'm not paying attention to the change of bowler.
Yeah, when they play at our local club, there's it's basically they play in a local league, and everyone knows each other.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it was when I was kind of early on in my kind of stint. I didn't know many of the players, so it became difficult. But later on, I got to know the players pretty well.
Yeah, and they the usual procedure in that league is that someone from the other team sits at the scorers table as well. So there's no.
I mean that is a very good idea. Yes.
So there's no confusion who is on, who is in next, and stuff like that, because they bring their own scorers.
Yeah, that's right. They're on scores, and I think at one stage we did have a lady who did score for a while, but unfortunately she moved away. But the way it is, that's a great shot. Absolutely beautiful shot. Absolutely smashed down on the offside. Through the covers, 4 runs. Beaumont rather likes this bowling, I think.
I think so.
Very well placed. It's some power on the ball. And there's another fine shot, but it goes to fine leg single. I think she looks stronger on the offside than maybe that's why she backed away from the when she ran down the slips. So she's 32 off 32 and Capsy is 25 off 18. So these two are not hanging around. This is the last ball of the power play.
Yes. And
so what do you reckon? Spin straight away? Is your money on Gardner coming up?
I think as Australia captain, I would at least try 1 or 2 overs of spin. Because in the England innings, they brought on spinners relatively quickly. And
right, during the power play they came on, that's right.
Yes, and they kept the runs down.
Did indeed.
And that's exactly what Australia need right now, because
they
need to
that
put pressure on England.
Yeah.
And you don't build any pressure with 16 run overs from Perry. Or
no, they're
like
sticking
that.
with that Megan shoot. Of course, they can spread the field a bit more now, so they will have a bit more protection. I'm convinced she's lost a bit of pace, Megan Shoot. 65's not really slow, but I'm sure she was quicker than that. But again, she's got a huge amount of experience, and as we've seen with the men's, experience can count for an awful lot.
Oh yes, Jimmy Anderson comes to mind.
Yes, indeed. This seems to get better. I mean, obviously the Ashes series, he's not really made much of a mark on, but he's last year he's been phenomenal.
Yeah, how many wickets does he have in this Ashes series?
I don't think he has many. He's less than 10, I think.
He was
he only played 2 games. I think he took 3. I'm not sure he took any.
He took one in the first match he played, I think.
Yeah,
one.
Maybe a couple in Lords then. He's not on many. And even he admits that on form that he probably should be dropped for Old Trafford, which would be a real shame, actually. It's probably going to be his last chance to play a test match on his home ground.
Yeah, and he really likes bowling at Old Trafford. So
he does.
I don't think they drop him. I don't think they will do.
I'm going to say nothing because I can't predict what they're going to do at all.
No,
I would not have kept Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps this long. After the first game, I would have swapped. I would have swapped straight away. And
especially since he can't make any runs as well. So the argument.
You see that? I don't mind. Yeah. Oh, there's a wide ball.
Yeah.
Shoot is.
No, but
lost the radar.
But the argument is always, oh no, we have to keep Johnny Bairstow in
winning side, or that's right, the side together. Yeah. Oh no, you can understand that. I think you do have to have a bit of a siege mentality going into these series. But I mean, he really is just not good enough at that standard.
Yeah, and it's always no. We need Johnny Bairstow needs to be the wicketkeeper because he's a better batsman than Folkes, and right now he isn't. And Folkes is a better keeper.
Well, we're struggling in some ways for specialist batsmen. I mean, I think Crawley's he's done okay. I mean, I know he's averaging more than Smith and Labuschagne. A lot of people are quoting. He's still not doing great.
Yes.
Even Root has had a bit of a struggle. At Headingley, I thought he was dreadful at Headingley. That's the end of the next over, so that's the 11th over with.
And England are 87 for 1, needing
looking very well placed.
77 runs from 39 overs.
They only took 3 off that over, which included a wide.
They did.
So maybe Australia are going to be a little tighter with their bowling. Of course, make the most of the field placings. It's certainly the run rate dropped a bit to the power play for Australia. So England are now 23 runs ahead. So they've kind of lost a little bit of ground from what they had.
Yeah. But
that's an interesting shot. It's almost like the ball died on Capsey and she almost lobbed it up, but just about kept it down enough. So this is Sutherland again. Still quicks seamers, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't really understand.
She's clearly keeping Gardner up her sleeve. Oh, there's a good shot. It was a low full toss. Hit it straight to mid-off. Managed to scramble a single though.
But if she keeps Gardner up her sleeve for too long, she will have to.
Yeah, the game might be over. Indeed.
May ask a lot of her. May have to ask a lot of her because.
Oh, she comes down the track this time. I think that Oni just cleared the fielder. Maybe he was comfortable actually. Only a couple of bounces. It was a really good shot.
Yes, and Australia need to have an eye on the fact that the required run rate now is 4.48. So
which is
even a 5
way less than a runabout. Yeah.
Even this 5 run over here is above the required rate. So
another good shot, but straight at the fielder. But I mean, she won't be too upset about that. Getting bat on ball will feel better to her than finding the gaps all the time.
Absolutely.
I mean, there are some huge gaps. I mean, she really has picked out a fielder anywhere particularly to the right, have been sailing to the boundary. She sorts it out next ball. In fact, she got it to the left, smashes it, and threads the needle. Beautiful shot.
Yes, and
again, she does like the offside.
Yes, and
just more of a wide off position that she smashed it through. But of course, they've got someone in the covers and someone at mid off. So there's a nice. It's not a big area, but there's an area.
Oh dear.
If that was a game, you'd have thought you'd play that perfectly. A video game.
Yeah.
Such a good position. Excellent placing.
And
she's gone aerial this time. I think she's got her all the way. I think that's 6.
It is.
Fantastic shot.
And ESPN Cricket Info informs me that this is the first 6 of the
match.
Yes,
and of the innings.
I would add it's the match. First 6 of the match.
That's right.
Yes, and
it's 100 up. Yeah.
102 for 1. 102 for 1 after 12 overs. Tammy Beaumont
England are marching this, aren't
they? Yeah, England are marching this. Tammy Beaumont is rapidly approaching her 50. Both England
her
batsmen.
position after she hit that ball, because she did go down on her knee a bit, she absolutely launched it. That went beautifully over her head, like it was some sort of exquisite golf stroke. Beautiful shot. So the second 50 came when 31 balls.
Yeah, and the Australian,
that's putting the foot down.
The Australian innings had 2 batsmen with strike rates over 200. We had with Alyssa Healy, who made 8 from 4, and we have Georgia Wareham, who made 12 from 6. So
yes, I think those scores were so low they don't count.
Yes, that's exactly my point.
Yeah,
there's no substantive score in this Australian betting card that comes close to
the strike rates. Yeah, because these are over 100, both of them.
Yeah. Exactly.
And so now Wareham's on. Here we go. We got the first spin of the day.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, she's come down to the track. That was a bit of a loosener. It's taken deep in the field, so that should only be a single. I think Beaumont fancied more. It was Capsey who hit the single.
Oh, yes. And
Beaumont is now taking guard.
Yeah, now let's see what Beaumont can do against spin.
It was a bit of a ranked long hop, the previous one, so she needs to. Well, it sort of bounced on her turn. She basically fended it away into the gully position. I might have even hit the shoulder. Oh, he's been taken.
Yes.
Yes, that was pitched on leg stump and turned coming. I think that would have gone on to middle stump. Mod did nail it, but she nailed it straight at shoot mid-wicket.
Yes, and that means England are 103 for 2 after 12.3 overs.
I think she was a bit choked by that shot, actually.
Yeah, but
I think that wasn't quite the right shot.
I said it. Bring on spin, and
yes,
what happens?
Yes, indeed.
The first over of spin brings Australia a much needed.
Why didn't they listen to you, Leah?
Yeah, I know.
If only they'd tuned in.
Yeah. That's a terrifying thought. Just imagine
coach tuning into some random cricket commentary.
Yeah.
Yes, therein lies craziness.
What are they saying about my team?
Yes.
I will have to check if my baseball bat is still sharp.
Well, so spin brought the second wicket.
Yes.
It brought Tammy Beaumont's fine knock to a unfortunate end. But she won't be too upset either. I mean, her strike rate was well up there, and England are still way ahead of the run rate.
They are way ahead, but I think she will. I guess she will be a bit disappointed falling just 3 runs short of a 50.
She would have liked to get the 50, absolutely. Yeah. Well, out comes Heather Knight.
Now would be a very, very, very good time for Heather Knight to.
To get a good 50 or whatever.
Yeah, do something remarkable in this white ball portion of the series, I think.
Again, she's come in a good position. England, as I say, are ahead of the run rate. You'd fancy from this position. So she can take her time. She doesn't need to feel under pressure to play the big, expensive shots.
Absolutely. She has basically all the freedoms right now.
And there are some big gaps in the field again.
Yeah.
They are moving a lot of people around. Yeah, they're bringing a slip. I did wonder whether that slip would be left wide open. Oh, she plays it down. The gully position. It's fielded. Yeah, the ball is definitely turning away to the offside. Looks quite consistent. I'm not sure she's getting too much variation. It's tossed right up and played out square. And she takes a single. Always happy to get the first run on the board.
Yeah.
I didn't always do that myself, so
I find it interesting that they bring in the slip for a spinner after bowling a pace bowler with no slip in shoot. I can't say I agree with that tactical assessment.
yeah. Maybe it was because she was just in, so maybe they wanted to take the chance if there was a miscue or and certainly Capsy looks well set. So she's got a single as well, so that's the end of that over.
And they've taken the slip.
3 runs, that's right, and 1 wicket from that over.
Yeah. And they had taken out the slip for Capsy again.
Yeah.
Interesting. But England are very, very clearly ahead in this match. Interestingly enough, they lost. No. They lost their second wicket for basically the same amount of runs as Australia were when they lost their third. England lose their second on 103, and Australia lost their third on 106, which was Elise Perry.
It's a very similar score. Yeah. We have Muttley on the chat as well.
Oh, yes, Muttley, hi.
Apologising for being late.
Oh, yes. Not a problem.
You're very welcome.
Yeah,
you're very welcome to join us, Muttley.
Not a problem, Muttley. Hope you're doing well.
So the other voice, I am the light roller. So you may have heard me tweeting in to Guerrilla Cricket. My real name is Steve.
Yeah.
Don't hold that against me.
We also had Jessica on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had
Jessica from
Sydney on earlier today, Muttley. Yeah, I'm doing absolutely fine. Thank you for asking, Muttley. Absolutely fine. Hope you're doing well as well.
Oh, there's a lusty blow. Oh, that's 6. Oh, that's a huge hit from Capsy. She's not hanging around. That's 36 off 27 now.
Yes.
Wow.
That was pretty good. And I mean, again, they can play out the rest of the over as dots, and they're still massively
and they're still ahead of the run. That's right.
Yes, massively ahead.
Yeah, looking at the bowling, I think they're doing quite a lot of these sort of behind the hand and sort of cut seam, cross seam type balls.
Yes.
And cutters and what have you.
Yeah. There was a lot of back of the hand bowling.
But the English batsmen seem to be picking it better.
Yeah, and they're actually trying to play shots. That's a real,
without a shadow of a doubt.
difference. There's not much of this Australian flicked into the leg side and push to point or stuff like that. They're going for it. I mean, they're also doing that stuff, but it's not the only thing they're doing. They're taking the singles and they're hitting the big shots when the ball is not that good.
That's right, when it's in the right position. Yes.
And
so I think that's the end of the over.
Yes, it is.
Yes, that's 9 runs off that over.
And it brings England...
They're going to keep shoot on, do you think? I think they'll keep shoot on.
I wouldn't. which
I would have taken her off, as you suggested.
I don't know.
It got Jonasson as well. So you're talking.
Yes,
Is it 10 overs per bolus? That's 30 overs
they're bringing
to your
on
spin.
Wareham.
Yeah, she's only operating at one end, and they've only just brought her on. She's only done one over.
Yeah.
Intriguing. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I would have brought on a spinner earlier, and certainly I would have tried to use spin in these middle overs.
I mean, I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen Ash Gardner yet. She's definitely.
Oh, that's looped up. Oh, that's quite a good shot. It's got past the fielder, but there's a cover.
Mm-hmm.
The single. Yeah, I think Heather Knight's quite enjoying just hitting these singles.
Yes, and it's all she has to do from here on out.
Indeed,
basically.
Indeed. And see the team home. Yeah. Tell the person at the other end to play shots.
Yeah. If she wants.
Oh, this game is so much easier sat in front of a laptop screen.
I mean, absolutely, it is. But with Capsy at the other end, taking shots, Heather Knight is very fine with doing the anchor thing here, I guess.
Indeed. Mind you, she nearly got one in the face there. Wareham spun it, and it did come up a bit, and she went down to try and nudge it down leg side, and it just came straight up into her face. There's a new helmet coming out.
Ooh. Oh, they will do a possible concussion, even if it just glances the grill.
I think this was full on. Oh yeah, no, it was a bit of a glance. It hit her shoulder first, then popped up into her face.
Yes, and they will still do a concussion check.
The concussion protocol, yes. Which is fair enough.
Yeah, it's.
I think that was a very quick. Are you okay? Yes. I'll see you later then.
Okay.
I think she took the brunt of that more on her shoulder.
Yeah. I mean, it's an encouraging. Yeah. She got it.
Yeah, no,
almost on the
down the leg side.
Back of the jaw.
Yes.
But it's a good thing they check for concussions.
Yeah. Of course, Will Pukowski as well is possibly the worst example of that at the moment. It's so bad for him. Yeah.
He has
Poor
to be
kid.
kept away from a cricket field.
Yeah, it's so sad. There's a bit of a fail in the field. You don't see that again. These are the small things that can make the difference. So, not stopping the ball. He was hit almost straight at her. I mean, she had to reach for it. She spilled it. And they've taken a run. Oh, Knight has spooned one up to fine leg, but of course it's too fine for any of the fielders, and she's run for 2.
And that brings us to the end of the 15th over, and England are 119 for 2.
Yes, in a very good position.
In a very good position. They need a further 145 runs.
I'm intrigued as to whether anyone in Australia is still with us, because it'll be 2:45 on the eastern coast at the moment.
Yeah, and not everyone is Messi Jazz.
I was going to say, well, Messi Jazz, this is an early night for him, isn't it? This is 1:45. He's incredible. He is.
Yes.
And he does the roundup show after the day's play as well.
He does as well.
In the test matches. He's phenomenal. So yes, I meant to ask you about your Linux Lear as well, because I'm also a techie as well. I'm a massive fan of Linux, and I do rib him about being a COBOL programmer.
Okay, yeah, no. I actually I use Linux now here on my streaming setup and stuff like that. I actually have to have Windows because it's
Windows just
yes
annoys me so much.
it is quite annoying, but it is in this regard with streaming and stuff like that. It is relatively easy to get a lot of the stuff you want in the Linux.
Yeah, I think it's the device drivers, isn't it? I think this is the one area where Linux kind of struggles a little bit. But of course, it's the manufacturers who don't really conform to standards quite often.
Yes. And
yeah, no, I much prefer Linux. I'm a big Linux bigot, I would say.
Yeah, actually, on Linux T-shirts, and I have an old Siemens laptop on which I run Arch.
Wow,
it's got.
Well, that's a lovely shot. That is reverse sweep. Doesn't quite make it to the boundary. It comes across, but they ran to. Capsy is playing all the shots now. She's definitely enjoying herself. Gardner's on, by the way. He's bowled 3 balls.
Yes. Wait for the fourth.
Oh, she skied it. Where's that gone? Oh, that's a wicket. Oh my word! I thought that was going for 6 at first.
Yes.
Oh dear.
That's the reason. That's the reason.
What did we say about spinners? That's right.
That's the reason I was asking for Gardner. So that's
another one short of a 50. It is.
Yes.
It is.
Yes. 10 short of a 50.
She got a lot behind it, but it was just short. Sutherland took it on the boundary. Yeah,
so that's Alice Capsey caught Sutherland, bowled Gardner for 40, and England 121 for 3. The target being 264. That means 140.
So have you got any tweets saying we're doomed yet? That's the usual way on guerrilla cricket, isn't it?
That's Josie. That's Josie.
Yeah.
Josie Oak doing that kind of stuff. Come on, Josie, give us a weird doomed. Over on YouTube, we have Muttley telling us he has a meeting at 7, but will be with us until then. Thank you very much, Muttley.
Editing bowls. What on earth is that? We're doomed. Ravi.
He's there.
Oh, welcome, Ravi.
welcome. Yes,
you didn't disappoint.
Muttley is just like me. He's a nerd, and he plays Dungeons and Dragons. And,
you don't even know what kobolds is. There you go.
It's a in Dungeons and Dragons, it's something else than in German. A kobold is basically an imp, something like that.
Right. I wonder if he misheard me slagging off Messy Jez for being a COBOL programmer.
No, I know COBOL. Do you know what is called COBOL?
I know why. I know what COBOL stands for.
Yeah, but it's basically a backronym. He tried to get a series of words that makes COBOL.
Right. So he chose COBOL first and then put the name to.
Yes, basically yes. Because
it's a disgusting language. It's an utterly horrendous language, in my opinion.
But it is called COBOL because it was designed by a Mormon. And in Mormon theology, COBOL is the star or planet nearest to the throne of God.
Oh my word!
Yes, that's the reason.
Muttley is confessing he misheard me. Tusk, Muttley.
That's actually the reason for COBOL being the important planet in Battlestar Galactica, because that was also created by a Mormon, and he therefore used that name in his series. Glenn A.
Did it
Lawson.
get blown up? Spoiler alert. Did it get blown up?
No.
They would have blown it up just for the fact it was called COBOL.
Yeah, it's a really important planet in both versions of Battlestar Galactica, the old one and the new one.
There you go. Okay, Wareham is now bowling. We're missing some of the action here.
Yeah.
Siva Brunt is on to bat. Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit more tricky for England. They do need to go down here. I think forget about some of the expensive shots and just try and tickle away those singles would be rather nice from here.
Take the singles and any doubles
rotate
that
the
are on
strike.
offer.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Would be
sensible.
Yes.
Not baseball, of course, but sensible.
Yeah, and I mean, they are the required run rate is almost 4. It's 4.1.
Yeah, so that's right. So there's absolutely no reason to panic.
There's no
is there?
reason to rush this.
It's a nice shot. I like that. Oh, it's gone through her for a 4. There you go. There's your 4 runs.
All right.
You hit it beautifully down the leg side.
Yeah, and
Siva Brunt is 6 off 6.
Yes, and England.
Beautiful sweep shot. Yeah, very well played.
England won to 8.
The fielder came round, but made a right hash of it. Again, we were talking about the differences. I think the English fielding was a lot sharper than this.
It was really, really good, but I think the intent from the English batsman and intent registered trademark, of course.
We'd have to say the early intent because I have a feeling they're going to start knuckling down now.
I'm not so sure. It would probably be the smart thing to do to knuckle down a bit.
Yeah, I suppose it's not baseball. I guess everything has to be measured against that yardstick these days, doesn't it? Ooh, I think that was a little bit aerial. Into the gap. And get a run. And Knight hasn't quite settled. I think Gardner has got a bit of the wood over them so far this series. Big shout for leg before, but I don't think it's out. I think it was outside the.
But they have.
I think they're going to review. They're
reviewing.
It looked like it was outside the line. Yep, here we go. Oh, is DRS working? This is the next challenge.
This is the interesting question. Absolutely.
Ravi Nair is confirming that a kobold is indeed an underground imp.
Yes, in Dungeons and Dragons, it's kind of a reptilian kind of creature that worships dragons.
Wow. I think this is going to be a wasted review, but we will see. Did go through the gate. The Knight was advancing. She definitely shuffled. I can see leg stump. I think she's outside. Oh, and there's a little bit of an inside edge, so that's the end of that.
Yeah. So
Australia, I don't think it would have pitched in line anyway.
And
impact.
Australia burned the review.
But do they have 3 in the one days?
No. You have 2 in a limited
2.
match.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I don't think that was close enough to go for personally. But sometimes when you're out there in the field, we're not all Stuart Broad, but you can get a bit carried away.
A bit.
The reverse streak.
A bit.
Yeah, Knight's not quite nailing this. Reverse sweep didn't come off.
And it's a maiden.
Wow.
It's a maiden. The score does not change.
Yeah, she does hit the last ball off the over, but straight to a fielder. Yeah, maiden. There you go.
Also
But that's
the first one
okay.
of
I mean,
the day.
we've got the last one now. We have had a couple of wickets gone in the last few overs, so I think just buckling down a bit because the run rate is still well within capabilities.
Absolutely, it's risen again because now it's 4.25.
Yes, but it's still. I mean, I thought anything under 6 you should be able to aim at. Even as we've seen in some of the T20 games, they can go beyond that. Yeah, I think Gardner was a lot more keen on that than anyone else.
Mm. England, first of all, England should now absolutely preserve wickets.
Warren is doing some very loopy bowling now, which is really bouncing up. Yeah. Diverbrunt just defended it very high up on our bat. Next one she plants, but straight at mid-off.
And
Next one she smashes straight to the cover. But at least she's hitting the ball, so it's not the first time England have been under a bit of pressure, I'd say.
I think it's probably.
This one goes to mid-on.
Probably the
She's
first time.
doing a great job of picking out the fielders. Oh, that's a better shot. Yeah. She's got that on the leg side, fairly square. She gets a single there. The first run for 2 overs.
Yes, and that brings England to 130 for 3 with Nat Silver-Brunt on 7 and Heather Knight on 8. The concerning thing for England is probably that 2 relatively new batsmen are at the crease right now. After they lost Capsey.
It's going very well.
Yeah, she was going
Beaumont.
very well. Tammy Beaumont was going very, very well. And
but they brought on the spin, and look what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the other thing to say here as well is that England are halfway there with 19 overs down. So they really should be feeling they're ahead of the rate.
But I mean, they have to win this game, otherwise the
They
Ashes
do.
will
That's
go
right.
to
Otherwise,
Australia.
it's gone. Absolutely.
Oh
my word!
Yeah, and
side.
looking at Ash Gardner, she's phenomenal.
Yeah, she's flying here.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's in her 3rd over now, and her economy is below 2.
Oh, it's a wide. It's given a wide. It was down leg side, but it seemed to spit up.
I mean, the problem for Australia is that they can't have Gardner on both ends. So
yes,
that's
indeed.
good for England.
Wareham's been doing quite a good job.
Yes, she's...
Oh, that's short. My word, what was that? That was a very short drag down. And I think she got 1 for it. halfway down the track. The area Mark Wood was burling into. Oh, that's a nice shot. Reverse sweep. It runs to 4. Very good shot.
Yes.
Silverbrunt. That's a beautiful shot.
Yes, and shows that...
Again, she waited on it. It didn't look like she was trying to force the ball. She just waited on it and just guided it down. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, it shows that not even Ash Gardner is...
yes, immune from... That's
immune
right, a good shot.
from
Absolutely.
this. And
it's a really good shot. And she hits the other on the offside, and there's a fielder there. She'll get a single. And that's really all England need to do. So I think that's 5 at least off that over.
Yes, it is.
7,
no,
in
it's
fact.
7.
Yeah,
7.
yeah.
It's 7.
Yeah.
With England 137 for 3. Over halfway there after 20 overs. 127 runs from 30 overs still required. This is England. England are well on top of Australia at this stage, and I think it's time for the Australians to start saying that they're doomed.
Well, the Australians are all asleep in bed now, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I don't think the Australians, it's just not in their nature. Might be a sort of a touch of pessimism about them, but they'll, as long as there's a chance, they'll still be holding on to the hope. Wareham is definitely getting some to spit up.
Yeah, she is. Of course, she's also very, very good. She also has a wicket, but in terms of the economy, she was quite more expensive than Gardner before Silverbrunt
last
hit
over.
Her for
Yes.
that 4.
That's a more dusty blow. It's going to be fielded for a single.
Yeah. And let's see if there's anything on Twitter.
Always another good shot, and it's been misfielded. Fortunately, there was cover.
Yeah, and that brings...
Sprawling dive, and the ball burst through, but there was another fielder on the boundary.
So this
it's now on 10.
This is
in double figures.
Yes, 15 and 10, both double figures. And
Yep.
well, Netzewa-Brunt, not bad. 15 of 17.
Yeah, she's definitely looked the more accomplished of the two.
And I mean,
Knight has struggled to get back on ball a bit,
Mm,
but she's still in there, which is the important thing.
absolutely. And I mean,
Oh, that's a nice shot off her hips. It's a single for Knight.
and I mean, even though Australia have pulled back the scoring rate in the last 5 overs considerably, the last 5 overs have gone for an average of 3.8 per over.
Yeah.
That's not that far away from the required
The
run
required,
rate, which is
indeed,
4.23.
Yeah.
And I mean, who's coming in after that? Danny Wyatt and Amy Jones are still to come. They can hold a bat. They're no mucks.
Yes, they can. Yes, indeed. The single. England is starting to run the singles now. They're
Yes.
starting to get bat on ball and pushing it around.
Which is exactly what they should do. There will be bad balls to hit, and they should hit them then, when they are bowled.
Silverbrandt tried to play that reverse sweep again, but the ball was slightly further onto leg side, so she spooned it a little bit and just guided it to the gully run. Yeah, they're really watching Gardner. She plays it down the leg side to the fun leg, who's about halfway up. Interesting position. I suppose you'd call that a leg slip, actually.
Yeah, it's always always hard to some of the field placings between positions, if you want, can be a bit confusing. Yes, after 22 overs, England are now 144 for 3, needing another 120, and Nat Silver is 16 runs off 27 balls.
Right, we got another change of the bowling.
21.
Jonathan is coming on now.
Oh, Jess Jonathan. Yes, she. Let's see.
She has a best of 5 for 27.
See. Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
She has a good average as well with 19.56.
Yeah, England is starting to find the singles now. It's now on 13 of 27 balls.
They need to do that. Yes, and
there's another single for Knight. Oh, that's a better stroke. Oh,
yes.
That's gone for 4.
Yes, and
the leg side. Yeah.
That
Silverbrandt
obviously helps.
Very nicely placed. I was quite intrigued what the bookies made of the chances. But the markets are suspended, so that's not going to tell me. I would imagine they'd have England ahead at this point. I think I would.
I'm looking. Normally, or quite a while ago.
Yes, another good shot.
Had the bets on the match pages, but they've stopped doing that some time ago.
Yeah, another nice shot from Silverbrandt straight down on for a single. I think she's farming the strike now. Maybe she thinks she's the one who's going to do the legwork here.
And I would absolutely agree with her. Because
Heather Knight, and I think Heather Knight agrees with her as well.
Yeah. I mean, she has 14 runs, okay, double figures, but she's done it at the strike rate of 50.
Yes. It's more of an anchor role than a...
Which is fine, as long as you have someone
as long
on the
as
other
the other
end.
Side, absolutely, is scoring closer to 100, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a little bit aerial from Siverbrandt, but there's no real power in it, so it didn't go very far. She hits that, times that a bit nicer, but it's just a bit of a paddle up to Don again. That seems to be the position she likes to go to if she wants a single. Or Knight again takes it on the pads, but it was clearly outside off stump.
I'm relatively surprised that the Australians seem willing to keep Gardner.
Oh, that's a horrible inside edge. Knight gets away with that. Sorry there.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that the Australians are keeping Gardner on here. One would think this is apparent. This should be her last over for this period of play, I think, because the Australians will.
They're gonna need to keep some back, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to need some overs by Gardner in the 30s and 40s. In overs, 30 to 45, I think. They will need more Gardner.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Laid out. There's a fielder there on the leg side.
Yes.
That was Siverbrandt. She's farming strike again. Well done.
Yes, and England are 155 for 3 after 24 overs now, and the target is still 264, meaning England are 109 runs still short.
And I think once they get under 100, I think they'll feel a lot better about it.
Absolutely. I mean,
obviously without loss of a wicket. That's not too much to ask for.
No. Nine more runs, and I guess we might also start seeing Australian shoulders drop a bit because.
Siverbrandt tried to force that to the mid-off, but she hit it so well it went straight to the fielder and there was no run. This one span a lot on her and she just pulled out of the shot.
This is tidy so far from Jonasson.
Very good bowling, yeah. No, Jonasson is a very decent bowler. I would have brought her on much, much earlier.
Yeah.
Another one down the leg side. She tries to paddle it down, but doesn't quite get it. A dot ball. It's a better play shot. I'm not sure if the fielder jumped over it or just didn't quite reach it in the covers and it went out to mid-off.
Yeah,
dot ball. Yeah, Knight got a bat on it, but didn't really get off the square. Oh, dear me. She tried a reverse sweep, and I think it might have struck her in the chin again.
Oh, that's another concussion check.
Nobody's coming on, so I don't think it was.
Now at the end of the 25th over, England are now 156 for 3. What do we think? Yeah, of course. Australia are keeping on Gardner. I'm really not sure they should do that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you've got to fancy England are still well and truly in the driving seat. The required run rate is still 4.3, I believe.
Yes, it's 4.3, and
Yeah.
how many more
There's a
overs of
single
spin?
straight away from Siverbrunt off Gardner. I mean, her figures are still fairly impressive. 1 for 17 off 5.1 overs. But England are starting to just get the runs, and there goes Heaven Nice. She's got a very nice shot there. Reached around a nice paddle shot that time. And to good square for a single.
Yes, and I mean, at this rate, any over that contains any boundaries will mean that.
That's right. That's
Australia,
victory for England, indeed.
Yes,
that's right.
That Australia have lost
Moral
this,
victory.
basically.
Yeah. Well, there's a big hit. That looks like it's sailing to the boundary. Yes, it is.
It is.
Very nice shot. Yeah.
4 runs from Siverbrunt, and that's the big problem that Australia have. You can't at this point you can't make
afford those, indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, she hit that beautifully. Oh, just to the left. The fielder at mid-wicket. It's just so sweetly struck. Shoot was never going to get down to stop that. Yeah, they can allow the dot balls. It's absolutely fine. They got their boundary.
Yeah.
Oh, that's played off the leg side again, down backward point for a single. Yeah, no, that was good over for England. Yeah, no, they've done very well.
Yes, and I mean,
I think they've had a good look at the spinners. That's right. They've allowed them to get their positions and then start playing shots.
Yes, and they have taken 7 runs off that over, meaning they are 163 for 3. And more importantly, this 26th over means that now the last
they need 100.
Overs,
Yes,
and they need 101 still.
Sorry, 101. You're right. Yes.
Yes, but the last 5 overs have now gone for 4.4 runs per over,
which is above
the required run rate.
Yeah.
And it's just Jonathan back into the attack.
Yep. Yeah, 2 dot balls so far. Oh, she's gone for the reverse sweep. Oh no, she's put it straight down Gully's throat. That's that wicket gone. It's a shame. She's played that shot a number of times beforehand and just run it away. That time she just looped it up down Gully's throat. Oh, well, that's made it a bit more interesting, isn't it?
It definitely does make it more interesting, because Nat Silverbrand looked really, really good. She was out, caught Wareham, bowled Jonathan for 31 runs off 41 balls at a strike rate of 57.6. And that means that we presume...
Strike rate was 75.6.
Yeah. Danny Wyatt is now coming in.
Again, a useful batsman.
Yes,
I should say.
Yes, absolutely.
She certainly knows better than I did how to hold it.
But it's a bit... well, I mean, okay, it's a useful score. 31 in an ODI. It's a useful score.
Absolutely.
Especially in a chase of a relatively small target. Do we have... yes. Now Muttley is firmly on the "oh no, we're doomed" train.
Mind you, who is Muttley cheering for?
He's British, so
See.
one would presume he is cheering for England.
Okay. England all the way. There we go. That's more like it. Oh, Charlie Dean gets not Charlie Dean. It's White gets a full bat on that. Gets it down the ground. Gets a single straight away. You can keep that rate up. We should be fine.
Absolutely.
Oh, she just got the top edge when she tried to run that down. It was too far down the leg side to really get. Knight plays it down the track for no run. He's born in New Zealand. Or anyone playing Australia. Oh, it's good to see the old bigotries coming through. It's a nice shot from Knight. Yeah, runs for the single.
I don't know if you do know that song. There's a cricket the musical by Dennis Carnahan, I think his name is, and it pokes a bit of fun on out of the idea that what maps do the MCC selectors use when selecting for England, because there's a lot of English Test cricketers from South Africa, obviously, and and the chorus is always where's, I don't know, Nairobi. That's in England. England is everywhere.
There's an old Bobby Thompson joke similar to that, where I think a couple of children were from Nigeria, and the lady he was talking to, she says, "Well, Nigeria." She says, "Where's Nigeria?" He says, "Well, I can't be far away because I go home for lunch."
Yes.
Need Tony Bishop on with me, don't I? I think the dad jokes. I think Tony and I would get on well with the dad jokes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Talia McGrath for the first time.
I didn't know she bowled. Another spinner.
No, she's a medium pace bowler.
Medium pacer. Okay,
yes,
okay. Maybe they think it's going to grip in the pitch. So this will be the 8th bowler that.
Yes.
Lisa Healy has turned to. Only 3 players left, and she's not able to bowl them. So.
Don't say that. I just recently saw footage of MS Dhoni bowling
Really?
to someone, and yes, Virat Kohli having to do the keeping.
Oh, that'd be worth seeing, wouldn't it? And the IPL, was it?
No. It was
charity match.
No, it wasn't a charity match. It was a legitimate match. I can't. It was against New Zealand. It was against New Zealand,
really? And
I'm not sure it wasn't in a test.
Wow. I have done that. So I was usually a bowler, but on occasions we didn't have a wicketkeeper. So being captain, I would bowl my overs and then go behind the stumps. And one of the other guys, we'd switch. It's not fun.
Yes, it's actually in a test match. It's at the Basin Reserve in 2014.
Yeah, I have been to the Basin Reserve. Yes, in fact, Motley would know precisely where that is, I imagine. It's a beautiful little ground, that is. Absolutely beautiful. They've now kind of replaced it with, I can't think what its official name, but it's known locally as the Cake Tin.
Okay.
I went to see England against Sri Lanka, I think it was, in the 2014 World Cup.
Isn't that
We got hammered.
isn't that the one where that's also used as a rugby ground?
Yes, I think you're right. Yes.
Yeah. McGrath's first over for.
Yes, no, it's very tasty.
Australia.
Oh, here we go. We've got the worm up, and England are still ahead.
England are still ahead. They made
just
3 runs from the last over. England are 168 for 4. The required runs have come down to 96.
Yep. Yes, Muttley is confirming the cake tin is indeed different to the Basin Reserve. In fact, the Basin Reserve is basically a roundabout. It's a huge roundabout. So the sad thing about that is they can't extend it. It's beautiful because they do have banks that people can sit on. But the cake tin is much further around the harbour, and they do indeed play rugby there as they do at Eden Park.
Oh, I think it was Eden Park I was thinking about.
Yeah. They have played rugby at the cake tin.
So Jonathan is back, or rather is kept on at her end.
Yes. She's bowled 3.1 overs for 12 runs, and obviously has a wicket.
Yes, that brings her economy to 4.2.
Oh, why it's done a beautiful little ramp.
Yeah.
She's not quite going to make it. It's going to be chased down. And Wareham, she had to run a long, long way. That should be 2 runs. And it's good intent, I think. Good placement, of course. And that was to McGrath, so she must be thinking this ball isn't... Oh, no, sorry, it's Johannesson. Yeah.
Jonathan, yes.
Johannesson, yeah. Ooh. She set off and was sent back promptly.
Yeah, and the more I see the Australians during these middle overs, the more I think they absolutely missed the trick by not going to spin.
Yes, coming earlier. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more there.
Wyatt farming the strike off.
Well, she's facing a lot at the moment, which I have no problems with. She's getting her eye in. Got 4 runs off 9 deliveries. That's absolutely fine.
Yes, and that's 4 runs off this over, the 29th. England are 172 for.
She's nudged that into the gap. Yeah. Just past the cover.
Which means that England require 92 runs from 21 overs, and the last 5 overs have gone for 17 runs and 1 wicket. That is a run rate of 3.4 per over, and the required rate is 4.38.
Yeah. It's certainly not getting out of hand, is it?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And any team will back themselves to accelerate in the last 10 overs, given they have wickets in hand, I think.
It picks up another single.
Yeah, England are starting to get bogged down here or there for an over or two, but there's always...
Yeah, but that's right. They can spring it, can't they?
Yes, there's always...
I think they're having a look, which I think is absolutely fine.
There's always a release shot right after after 2 overs.
Funny you should say that. And there's the release shot tonight, and it's gone for 4. Down the leg side, I didn't see where it was. The camera angle was virtually non-existent. Just saw her play the shot away behind. See it front on? No, we're going to see it from behind again. No idea where it went. Here we go, down, fine leg, and it just beat the fielder. Oh, again, I think England was slightly better at cutting those off.
Yeah, I think
and
so.
And the next ball's a dot
well.
ball. But yeah, there's your boundary.
Which means that well, this over is basically all England need for the rest of the match. 5 runs per over. Everything else.
It's comfortable. Yeah.
Is a bonus.
Ooh, another misfield, but doesn't add anything more. Already taking a single. So Knight's on 25 now off 42 deliveries. So her rate's starting to creep up.
Yes, it's at 59.52 right now.
It's a nice shot from Wyatt. The cameraman's gone the wrong way. That must be going to the boundary. Yes, it is. That's another 4 runs.
Yes, and this McGrath over has gone for 10.
Quite a few already.
Yeah. This is the last ball of the over. So McGrath has gone for 10 in that over, and that means England are 182 for 4 after 30 overs, and they need another 82 from 20.
Yeah, I think Healy's gone a bit late on taking the pace off the ball.
Absolutely.
And I don't think McGrath is quite the right choice here. Yeah, she's gone 2 overs for 13.
Yes, absolutely.
But I think you're possibly right that she's holding back Gardner for later overs because Wareham's still on.
Yeah.
Mind you, I think she's gone off and come back on again now. And so must be replacing Jonasson. So she's possibly keeping overs back from Jonasson too. So England need 82 off 120 balls, so 20 overs. So have you watched any of the 100 games, by the way?
I have watched 100 games in my life, but it's it was a bit too hectic for my tastes.
Yeah.
And I mean it's really nice that they give families the possibility to watch cricket in England in a nice in a competition and stuff like that. But I think my problem with it is that this 100 balls is a bit gimmicky.
Oh yeah, I mean I find T20 just absolutely hopeless to watch, to be honest. I don't enjoy it at all. There's a lot more strategy in a longer game.
Yeah, there is, but T20 is just a bit different, I think. But the problem...
Oh my word.
Yeah.
I tried to do the reverse sweep. I'm not sure if she got anything on it. Yeah, and that's buys. She didn't, and it basically went through the wicketkeeper. It deflected a bit off the wicketkeeper. They got a single, scrambled a single off it.
I think
definitely spinning the ball. Oh yeah. Oh my word. That was just a horrible shot. He tried to flick at it with his side. Oh, the next shot's not any more convincing. It's Knight actually he's facing.
I mean, as long as England can make these 10-run overs of the Pacers happen, it's really fine to play out the spinners.
And that could be close. Maybe going down leg. Yeah, no, just give him not out. Yeah, Knight's struggling to come out of a crease. Obviously, the Healy is up at the stumps. She seems very reluctant to come to the pitch of the ball. So she's often guessing where it's going to go and obviously reacting. Yeah, a number of them are turning. And I think it pitched outside leg. It's a better shot, but gets no run. It's down to the gully.
Well, at least that means that Wyatt will be on strike.
Wyatt's now on strike, indeed, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. She's seen out the over, if nothing else, yes.
Yes.
And there's drinks.
Oh, that's a...
I'm going to check the bookies to see who they think is the favourite now. Must have formed an opinion by now. No, it's all suspended. Oh, well, let's try another website. There's a great website. It's been around for years called Odds Checker. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I'm not really that into sports betting.
Into betting? I mean, me neither, to be honest. It's just a good idea of things, what's going to happen. Yeah.
Okay. Odds Checker. Horse racing. Cricket.
So England are 1-8. That seems to be the that's firm favourites.
Yes, England women, Australia women 1-8.
Yeah. It's a sort of thing. It's a terrible thing to say, but putting a cheeky £5 on Australia right now, it's very good value for money. Should never bet against your team, though, should you? Shocking thing to suggest.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very Rod Marsh thing to do. One would say.
I wouldn't dream of doing it. However, you're impartial. You could claim that quite happily.
Yeah, no, but it's I mean it's really it can't happen anymore. All with all the spot fixing investigations.
Oh yes.
And, players betting against their own team. I mean, in professional baseball. They banned people.
And it was very common. That's right. It was very common, even cricket. And I think in the 1981, the famous Headingley.
Yes, exactly. That's the point. That was Rod Marsh and Dennis Lilly.
That's right, Rod Marsh. That's right. They got, I think it was 500 to 1 odds on England winning. I mean, obviously they thought England were dead and buried.
Yes, they collected something around £12,000.
Yeah, that's right. Which is kind of funny. There's a story that the Aussies were talking about putting a serious amount of their because they had a pot of money that they were using for buying beers and stuff, and they're going to put quite a lot of that on. Eventually, I think one of them, just said, no, we can't do this. So that's why they put on private bets, and obviously it was done through a driver or whatever.
Yeah, it was.
Otherwise, they would have won. I think it was about 25,000 if they'd put the amount they were talking about putting on.
They
500 quid or whatever.
They put it on through the coach driver, who according to Alan Border was nicknamed the Geezer because he called everyone a geezer.
Oh, so he's obviously an English.
Yes,
maybe a Cockney. Who knows?
Yeah.
Shoots back on, by the way. First run, first ball has gone for a single. Wyatt played it to the offside. Does look quite collected, that Wyatt, I have to say. Knight has played a nice shot, but unfortunately he's gone straight to the gully.
Yeah, and
79 is needed from 112 balls.
That's
and even if that goes up to 6 and over, you'd still fancy England to do it.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Australia had a run rate over their entire innings below 6. It's 5 points.
Indeed, I don't think they ever got above 6, did they?
I don't.
Well, and they obviously hit some overs for more than 6 because one went for 12.
Of it, they were above 6.
Yes. Was an identical shot down to the gully. And Heather Knight did try and sneak a run, but fortunately went back. Are they checking this? I think she looks like she's grounded it clearly. It's bounced up. It's back down. Oh my word, that was a lot closer than it needed to be.
That's not, no.
I'm getting nervous now.
No. A bat bouncing up is no problem.
That's supposed to be in now, isn't it? Yeah. They changed the laws about that, didn't they?
Yes, they did. So that the bat bouncing up on the turf after being grounded behind the line is not a problem anymore.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Gets it away on the leg side out to mid-wicket. Just for a single, though. But they all count. Singles are as good as they need at this point.
I think this is Shots best over to date in this match.
Hey, yeah. There's 2 more balls to go, so don't speak too soon. Why? It looked like she was going to absolutely clobber that, and it looked like she checked the shot. Just kind of poked it straight at mid. My word.
And then didn't.
This guy's going to run out of space if they use another bowler.
Oh, yes. That must be.
Got to be their limit.
The poor guy doing in the graphics department, trying to figure out how do I adapt this template.
That's right.
How do I modify this template?
The hundreds of thousands of pounds they've spent on UX consultants.
Yep. So that's it. Two runs of.
That's very good over. Yeah, very good
over. And England 186 for 4. And
maybe Knight's doing a Ben Stokes, so she's drying up the runs deliberately to make it a bit of a grandstand finish, and she's going to be there at the end, body just about held together, smashing it to all corners.
But it's a very, very, very risky approach, the Ben Stokes approach, because it only works when batting with the number 11.
Really? Is that the?
Yeah, no. There's he batted brilliantly in that innings, and I think his partnership with Jack Leach.
Oh yes, in 2019. Yes,
in 2019 was actually really, really good, but I think it wasn't the highest partnership of his innings.
Oh, he's just a wonderful cricketer, Ben Stokes. I think I saw him first. Was it 2014 when he came on? I think Jonathan Trott decided to retire, after 1 or 2 games. He was the only one who scored a century on that Ashes tour.
Yeah,
he was phenomenal even then. Even as a young lad coming through, absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, England are starting to singles off Wareham. Mind you, that's a dot ball, but they've got a couple of singles in this over already. Yeah, they're honing in on 200. Got 12 runs to go to get to 200, and I think that'll be another milestone they'll be happy with.
Absolutely.
That's a nice shot from the Knight. It's right on the cover of a boundary where there's a fielder picks it up. Sweeper, I think that's the position they call out there. Shoot is the sweeper.
Yeah, it's either a sweeper or a boundary.
Oh, this is in the air, out to the sweeper. So yes, instead of going along the ground, they decided going to go aerial that way. So I think that was 4 singles off that over.
Yes, exactly. Meaning England are now 190 for 4. Meaning they need 70 more from 17 overs, and yeah. shot stays on. Megan should for her 5th. England need to be careful here. They need to.
It's back on.
Yes.
Ooh, that cramped her up a bit. Just pitched in a little bit onto the leg. She just basically blocked it out.
Because you also don't want to play in a way that means you need the last 5 overs going for 8 or 9 runs and over.
I mean, that is still doable, providing you have the wickets in hand. It's obviously a high risk strategy.
Exactly, that's the
They'd
problem.
still be beautifully going to be cut off down at fine leg. Should run 2. Ooh, that looks close. Not going to check, so wasn't as close as I feared.
Finally.
Good running.
Yeah.
Very good running from Heather Knight, actually.
Yeah. Finally, there's a double. They haven't.
Yeah, she was safely in. Yeah.
Many doubles. It's either singles or boundaries.
Yes.
The last 10 overs, basically.
That's another good shot. That should be fielded. Where's it gone? Cameraman's having a great day here. We went the other side.
Oh.
It was run for a single anyway.
Yes.
So White's on strike.
White is on strike.
Oh, she's out.
And she's out.
Let's put it straight down Square's throat.
Danny White is out. Caught. Jonathan Bolt shot for 14 at a strike rate of 60.86, and that I'm afraid.
Oh my word!
This can really change where this match is going, because I would actually say that Amy Jones is the last recognized batter for England in this in this lineup. Yes.
That's always good to have a bit of a nervous finish, isn't it?
People might disagree.
There's no point.
But
there's just no point doing things easily. I mean, where's the excitement in that?
This is true. That is absolutely true.
This is making Heather Knight's knock even more valuable, to be honest. The fact that she's stuck in there.
Yeah.
They can always start, throwing the bat toward the end if they need to. Yeah, I think if they come even down to the last over wanting 10 runs, I think they'd fancy it.
Yeah, okay. But on the other hand, a quick fire 30 from Amy Jones with Heather Knight still at the crease would put them well inside reach, I think.
She's got a best of 94.
Yeah.
Actually, in Nagpur as well, which would probably similar to this pitch, because it looks like a bit of a slow wicket, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would say so. It's a bit. There's a bit of turn in it, not a lot of pace, and I think the numbers bear that out. The spinners are much more
undoubtedly on top, much more effective,
than the pacers.
Oh, that's gone through. It's very nicely played by Knight. Cut through gully, and I don't know what position is behind that. Good square, I guess. Good point, even. Oh, it was rather bounced. Oh, it bounced to two of them.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah, they clip down the leg side to fine leg. Yeah, that's going to be another single. So yeah, I think they've done their job on this over already.
absolutely. They should be relatively safe here
Very
now.
good catch.
Yeah.
Very good catch. Very low it was. That was harder than the one that Cross put down. That's another shot that's got through fielder on the offside, but the sweeper's there to pick it up.
And
So it's kept down to a single.
yes, and that was the fourth ball of the over, I think, and it brings up England's 200.
Saying 7.2 here, so you must be ahead.
Oh.
So a single down to fine leg again from Heather Knight, and yes,
That's 200 for England.
199.
Oh, okay.
Mind you, it still says 7.2. No, it's 7.5, so there's one more ball to come, 201.
Yeah.
Yes, the Sky were a bit behind. Yes. Should be the end of the over. 201 for 5.
Yes, and seven runs of the over. This is
yeah, it's very good. Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, something came down again.
Do you need to do some reparation, do you?
Yes, I do need to do some reparations. I'm sorry.
It's okay, don't worry. This is interesting. The balls per 50 has dropped significantly since the opening salvos. I guess that's the nature of the beast. Those middle overs are usually harder to get runs from, as the fielders can be spread and more of the gaps can be closed. That's another nice shot by Knight, just parried by the fielder in the onside, mid-wicket. That'll be another single. Is plodding away nicely here, Heather Knight. This has been a very responsible knock. She's struggled to get bat on ball at times. She's certainly stuck there, which is really her job. So Amy Jones is now on strike. Shoot is bowling. And that's a dot ball. She got bat behind it. It wasn't anything to worry about, just a nice defensive shot. There's really no need at this point to take any risks, so sticking in there is of more value. Jones plays a similar shot again. Having a good look at this, which is definitely the right thing to do, I'd say. 62 needed from 87 balls. So a few dot balls isn't going to make much difference. And that's a better shot. She finds the gap this time, and the sweeper comes in on the offside. Keep it down to a single. .61 from 86 balls.
Oh, I'm back. I'm sorry, but it's actually it's so hot inside in Hanover today that my girlfriend has the suspicion that the adhesive tape is the adhesive is actually melting. The glue is melting because we have we have a really nice what's called Kassettendeck in German. It's a wood paneled ceiling, and I don't want to draw any screws into that.
Yeah. Oh, that's a fine shot from Knight on the leg side. It's a little squarer, and it's gone for 4 runs.
Yes, and that means
definitely need those jingles, don't we?
We definitely need some jingles. But
I'm not going to oblige.
I'm afraid that's asking a bit too much. If we can also have the jingles.
Yeah. We need to get Mog on, don't we? He could sing his 4 on the floor. Which is as close as I'm going to get to.
Yeah, I guess I'm. I could ask Bear very nicely if we could get at least the basic jingles for stuff like boundaries, sixes, wickets, and stuff.
Well, I'm a Patreon, so I think I probably have access to all of this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but I'm not using that for a broadcast without asking.
Yes, that's fair enough.
If we can use that.
No, that's definitely the right thing to do.
Yes.
Wouldn't like to upset the bear.
No, and I really don't want to step on anyone's toes because
no, you're absolutely right. Caught and bowled.
Oh dear.
Oh, it looked like a nothing shot as well. Is this Wareham again? Yeah.
Yes, it's Wareham. It's Wareham again. And Amy Jones is out, caught and bowled by
207 for 6. Oh.
200.
Such a shame. She looked very well set. She was having a look at shoot particularly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a horrible shot. I don't know where she was aiming at. Maybe she wanted to get a bit more elevation on that. Well, this is going to be an exciting finish.
Yes, it's going to be a very exciting finish because now
57 needed.
57 needed, and this is definitely the English.
Checker has got it a bit closer now. You see, you're 13 for 2. You could now arbitrage with what they've now got England at 5 to 11. So England are still favourites with the bookies.
Mm.
And you could have cashed that in. And to be honest, we should have known England were never going to make this easy.
They generally don't tend to, do they? Yeah. No. Just to finish my thought from before that wicket, anyone's toes, and once again, we are doing this here in cooperation with totally Gorilla Cricket. Do check out their website. Follow them on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter and follow Steve on Twitter at the Light Roller. And I just now realized that I did not edit my Twitter handle overlay, so sorry for that. I will absolutely tweet out your Twitter handle and Jessica's again. In a moment, after the match.
Why not?
So people can follow both of you. Yeah, this is a really, really big opportunity for me, and I wouldn't want to piss anyone off by doing stupid stuff like using ripped from YouTube jingles or stuff like that during a broadcast. I wouldn't do that.
No. That's absolutely fair enough. Yes, Eccleston's been quite watchful as well, which I think is the right thing to do at this point.
Absolutely.
Eccleston has scored some good runs for England as well over the years. It's quite a horrible shot from Amy Jones.
Okay, a wicket maiden, the first wicket maiden of the match after the first maiden earlier today by I think it was Gardner.
Yes, I think you're right.
I think it was
So
Gardner.
57 needed from 78 balls.
Yes.
Starting to get a little bit interesting there.
It's
still way below a runner ball, so I think
Yeah.
you'd say that this is certainly doable.
Yeah, the problem is
And it's McGrath coming on again, which surprises me no end.
Yes, that's really surprising. She hasn't had the best of days today.
It's good running. Yep. Eight to the offside. Then he had to get his skates on. Didn't hit straight at the fielder, but she did it without a lot of power behind the shot. So I think she was always going to be in with a chase. It was good scrambled single. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if they get them in singles. They can do it in singles. So
indeed, and Eccleston is listening to you, Leah. He plays that out to the onside, sorry. And scrambles comfortably. Single. 55 from 76 balls now. Another nice shot from Heather Knight, but straight at the sweeper this time. A single. Comfortable single.
I guess it will be interesting to see if they at what point Sky changes the little info box from how many runs are needed to how many wickets are needed, or if they even do that in a limited overs match. I think that's more of a test match kind of thing.
Yeah, I think they just focus on the runs. Yeah.
That's definitely.
Oh, there's another good shot. Eccleston for a single. It's interesting. It looked like they had a mid-on, and a long on. Went past mid-on, unless that was mid-wicket coming round. You're never sure where fielders finish. Oh, there's a good shot.
And
that's a 4. Yes,
it's a 4. It's a 4, and I think that is. I think it's
Beth Mooney.
It was quite a mistake to bring on McGrath again.
McGrath.
I think it's quite a mistake. On the other hand, what do we have?
Oh yes, it goes through her. She sort of scoops down. Didn't get the long barrier out. She scooped down to pick it up, and it just went through her hands, away from her body. That's the first dot ball of the over. I think Heather Knight knows if she'd played that little bit finer, she would have had a 50. She's currently on 49 for 66, and England need 49 from 72. So if Knight alone comes a strike on the current rate, she should just about make it with 6 balls to spare.
Yeah, let's see what. And that ends the over 8 rounds.
Wow, Sutherland was very expensive, wasn't she?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Bowling stats have come up. 7.5 her economy.
Elise Perry was very expensive. Sutherland was expensive. Darcy Brown was expensive, and McGrath was expensive.
So basically, all the non-spinners.
Yes, all the non-spinners were really, really expensive.
If they don't use all 30 overs of the available spinners, then they've really missed a trick here. Oh, that's gone through the bowler, but support there at mid-off.
They got Wareham, they got Gardner.
49 off 70 balls. Right, that's gone finer. That should be a single, yes. Fine leg. Fields. Right, can Knight get a 50? I think...
I mean, what are they doing?
Yes.
Australia have after this over by Wareham, they have 10 overs of spin remaining. They have 10 overs of spin remaining.
Yeah.
They have
There's 11 overs to go after this one, isn't there?
yes. There's 4 from Gardner and there's 6 from Jonathan.
Knight is definitely trying to keep the tension going here. There it is. She's got it through to the sweeper, and she will take a single, and that is 50 runs. 50 runs. 50 runs.
Yes.
Well done, or something like that. The job has only just begun. She has got another job.
They,
close this out now. Yeah.
I'm always
47 from 66.
Yeah. I'm always sad they don't play the one when you're 50. Not anymore.
Oh, they have done.
Yeah, they have done, but I think the bear doesn't like it that much.
Doesn't he?
Makes him feel old.
Has he only recently turned 50 or something, is he?
I don't think so.
Not there yet. He's looking down the barrel. Crikey, I'm looking down the barrel at 60, so I don't care.
Oh, the bear's over 50.
I have no idea how old
I think the bear's
he
over
is.
50.
Right.
Well. Who would have thought Ashley Gardner is back into the attack for Australia?
Yes, and not before time. Yes.
England are, after 39 overs, are 217 for 6.
There's a reverse sweep. I think she might have found a gap here. She has. It races all the way to the boundary.
Yes, there's
a lovely shot that was. The middle of the bat.
Only the third boundary Gardner has allowed in 6.2 overs.
Yeah, she has bowled well. And a really good shot. Yeah, tucked away down square on the leg side. For a single? Yeah, looks like Knight can do this from this position.
All right. Sorry, everyone. I'm not putting that up yet again today. No face cam for the rest of the night. I'm sorry. It's come down again because, of course, it has.
Oh, does this not do like Zoom does backgrounds or kind of blurring or anything?
Maybe it does, but I'm not really certain that it's doing it that well.
Right.
And it can do backgrounds, but it's really rather complicated to set all that stuff up, and I'm relatively new to this particular program, and so I
best not to fiddle in flight.
Don't yet know what I can break by trying to get that to work.
So there's a couple of dot balls just gone by there to finish off the over.
Yes.
Actually, 4 dot balls to finish the over.
And that means England after 40 are 222 for 6, needing another 42.
Oh, double Nelson. Oh dear. Do we need to stand on one foot? That nonsense.
No, but it's a shame.
Sat down anyway, so
it's a shame they lost more than 2 wickets. Otherwise, I would have really liked Richie Benno commentating on it. It's 222 for 2, everyone. He always said 222.
Oh, he was such a wonderful commentator, though.
Benno was excellent. Benno was excellent,
Was.
and he always had
Ooh,
that sense
a
of humor.
reverse sweep. Which went aerial, but I mean, there's nobody there, so it's fairly safe. Another single to knight. That was Eccleston that time.
Yes, the first one was knight, and now it's Eccleston's turn.
But just a regular sweep, sorry, not a reverse sweep. Being too excited.
And another rotation of strike.
We like this.
Absolutely.
So 40 needed from 58 balls.
Yeah.
And a single. Yeah, Heather Knight seems to have decided she's going to play it out to that sweeper wherever she can. Really, it is all she needs to do. Even the England team look bored with this. It's like Bell yawning away. Oh, that's a drop.
Oh dear.
Oh my word.
Okay, Australia will regret this. Sheltered short.
Yeah, shoot. Straight up mid-wicket.
Yes.
She's got this one higher. She's played basically the same shot, but just pitched it higher. That's gone behind. Almost a cow corner. A single. See the drop again. Oh, it would have been a tough chance. I mean, she really was reaching for it. Played behind square again. Another sweep.
And it's
nice shot.
It's McGrath who also
McGrath, was it?
Yes, it was McGrath.
Oh dear.
And she also had a horrible night. Or horrible day
with the ball,
and now she's dropped. Sophie Eccleston, was it? It was Sophie Eccleston, yes. Of the bowling of Jess Jonathan. So at the end of the 41st over, England are 227 for 6, adding 5 runs in that over, and that means England need another 37 runs.
From 54 balls.
Yes,
9
exactly,
overs to go.
exactly.
So it is just over 4 over.
Yes, exactly. It's just over 4. And we have Ash Gardner back into the attack.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from the Knight as well. I'll get it mid on that time. It's actually quite long, so it's probably long on. Ooh, that looks like a wide to me. Yep.
Yes, that's a wide.
That's not what Australia need. I think Eccleston was looking to play it at first and then thought, oh, no. Give that away. Oh, she's got hold of this. Where's that gone?
Straight to Wareham.
It's been taken. It's been taken.
Yes, straight to Wareham. Sophie Eccleston.
Oh, we're really not going to make this easy, are we?
No, Sophie Eccleston caught Wareham, bowled Gardner 5.
Do we need 35? Okay, so there's 3 wickets. Oh my word, this is Ben Stokes time, isn't it?
It absolutely is. It absolutely
and she
is.
You can see the big gap in front of her. She did not need to play that shot.
Yeah.
There's little value in going aerial to that. Yes, I don't think the tail are going to be thanking her for that.
No, and the problem now is that England will need the majority of those 35 runs from Heather Knight, probably.
Yep, absolutely right. But again, as long as they can scramble the singles, then there's no reason why they couldn't keep Heather Knight on strike. Heather Knight, she is starting to hit. She's starting to middle more and more of the the balls she's playing at. So her eye looks to be in. It's basically all down to her. Captain's innings time.
Absolutely. Time for a captain's knock. The only problem is that she. Well, so far she has hit 5 fours this innings. And
Glenn's got a single, so that's achieved her objective.
She will need to start hitting a lot of boundaries now that the tail.
But she doesn't really need. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have to hawk the strike, and during the over, you have to basically hit boundaries, because I don't know when the last couple was.
Run at 2, yeah.
Yeah. They haven't done that.
Again, Australia have held on to their catches. I mean, the difficult ones have gone down, but they have held on to the catches.
Exactly.
And that's a dot ball to Glenn.
Yeah, which is fine. It means that Knight will be on strike for the 43rd. England.
Not another ball to come.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah. Maybe that's been bold.
Yeah.
Gardner is collecting her hat, so she's done for the moment.
That means at the end
33 from 48.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. England 231 for 7. Heather Knight on 60 and Sarah Glenn on 1. Knight to face.
Sarah Glenn just needs to keep these singles going. Kate Cross can hold a bat as well. She's got some very useful runs down the order.
Yeah, but I mean, Sarah Glenn's average is 9.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she needs to not play expensive shots. Just try and nudge it around, and that's a great shot there from the Knight. Oh, I thought they were going to come back for 2, but no.
Yeah, and of course the Australians are packing the field tight for Glenn to prevent any singles.
Yep, the single, that's right. Although there's singles down the leg side. But yes, they played it sensibly down to the offside.
What is going on here?
Cat and mouse.
Yeah.
Oh my word. I thought that hit the wickets, but it must have got an inside edge, and it's going to be cut off. It looks like it's going to be 2 runs.
Yes, exactly, but it's 2 runs not to Heather Knight, but
right.
to Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, horrible inside edge.
Yes,
that's played on
a French cut, or as
the vanilla slice. Oh, sorry, the Vatican slice.
The Vatican slice, exactly. On Guerrilla Cricket, it's the Vatican slice.
I prefer vanilla slice personally, but there you go.
Okay. I mean, I've been to the Vatican. I've been to the Vatican. I've been even to the secret parts that you don't get to see normally, beneath St. Peter's Cathedral, actually at the grave of St. Peter, and in the catacombs and stuff like that. There's a full, complete Roman necropolis beneath it. And the Vatican slice is a lie. I didn't see any cheese there or cake.
Motley has said that he's off to his meeting, but I think he must have said that. We are so caught up in the cricket now. And he sends love and sausages.
Yes,
what a good
he
man.
Always does.
What a good man. I like the sound of that.
Yes, I think Muttley would prefer to be referred to as a canine. That's basically the whole thing with this persona. It's like what's John Candy's role in Spaceballs called in English? I have never seen that one in English. In German, it's a Möter, halb Mensch, halb Köter. The Wookiee kind of thing, kind of looking thing. He's half man, half dog.
Right. Yes. Half man, half dog. Oh, Heather Knight's taken a single. There's a misfield, but she's not going to trans that.
That's why he always greets Gorilla Cricket with morning
Love and
primates.
sausages. Primates, yes, of course, yes. Ooh, that's a dot ball. She plays it straight down the track, back to Gardner.
And Ravinair has on Twitter just pleaded to go.
Oh, there's the wicket.
Oh dear.
Oh, she played it aerial straight at cover.
Yes, I think.
Oh dear. Well, we've made this very nervous now.
Yes.
We on the 10th wicket, or is it this the 9th?
This is the ninth one is coming in now.
Oh yeah. So that's
England are now 235 for 8 with another 29 runs required from 39 balls. And Ravi is pleading on Twitter with Gorilla Cricket to give me permission to use
the jingles. Yes. Give us jingles.
I would have to work out how to make it work here, but I would certainly be willing to do that. And that means that Kate Cross is in at number 10 for England, and she has to face 3 balls from Gardner, actually. Oh dear, squeaky bum time, indeed.
Yes, indeed. But she is a very old campaigner, is Kate Cross. Good
but
head on her shoulders.
Yes, but Ash Gardner is really, really good right now. She's taken 3 wickets this match.
Doing okay, yeah. Ooh, Kate Cross gets behind that, pushes it straight. Almost like the off Hayden position now.
Mm-hmm.
Except it's on the on Hayden. Because Hayden's a left-hander.
Yes.
It's been parried. They run? Yes, they did. They ran.
What
the last ball of the over?
Doing?
Ross is now back on strike. 28 from 36.
Yes.
This has turned out to be a lot closer than I was expecting, I have to say.
Me too. Absolutely. This is riveting stuff.
Edge of the seat stuff, this is.
Yes, absolutely. It's absolutely edge of the seat stuff. It's this is actually very, very tense. I didn't expect it after the first half of the English innings to be this close.
Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with you. Yes.
I don't really know what they were thinking by running that last single off the last ball of the over. I don't know what they were thinking.
The first ball is down the offside, and predictably is a no run. Oh, she's put this on the leg side. Oh my word! She smashed it into her foot, and the ball spun back I'm not sure whether it touched the wicket or not, but it didn't dislodge the bails. So Lisa Healy got very excited. And the leg side again, she's got bat on that. It's gone very fine. It should be 4. Is 4. Kate Cross doing a good job there.
Maybe that's the idea. Thinking, okay, we can still lose 1 wicket. Let's go smash Jonathan around for a bit.
To be honest, that was a terrible delivery. I think that would have been a wide. The better one, but she smashed it down the ground. That should be 4 again.
It is.
Straight down the ground. Fabulous shot. 20 needed from 32 balls.
Yes, exactly. The required run rate is now below 4.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, every boundary is a
yeah,
the nail in the coffin for Australia, isn't it?
Exactly. But
she plays a defensive shot. I was absolutely so correct. She had no intentions of doing anything. And she's chuckling afterwards. Don't get a single.
Yes. No, they don't. And all is well.
Oh, she's hit it. Oh, yeah, but it's straight at the fielder, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Along the ground, I should say. Well,
so
I could finish this off.
Yes.
It's over.
Damn, after 45 overs, England are 244 for 8, requiring exactly 20 of the last 5. And
that's easy, doesn't it?
They made it a lot closer than necessary. I think.
So the final batter, Bell, is having a right old chuckle with the rest of the bench.
Yeah, and
I'm not sure I'd be doing the same.
not really. Yeah, and very unexpectedly, Ash Gardner will be bowled out.
Oh,
she's starting her 10th.
And she's taken a single, has Heather Knight.
Yes.
She just rolled her wrist around it and put it down square again, backward square. She obviously has faith in Kate Cross, so.
Yeah, apparently, I wouldn't take singles if I were her and had no faith in Cross.
Cross has chipped it onto the leg side as well, and she will also take a single. The bowling is surprising me here because they've got the field set on the offside and they're bowling it down leg side, onto leg stump. Just not sure what that's about, really. We're bowling it, outside the off stump, so they could only play. Oh, she's now coming around the wicket. Heather Knight plays it straight mid off.
And there is no run.
It was the other t-shirt I was considering.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a big hit. Oh, that's gone out the ground.
Oh, yes.
That is massive.
That will help a lot.
Wow.
That will help a lot. That will calm England's nerves down. Heather Knight...
12 of 26.
Yeah, Heather Knight hits Ashley Gardner out of the ground for 6. England need 12 in 25.
It's a beautiful shot.
Absolutely. Oh, damn.
Oh, she's going to make a single, but Cross wisely sent it back. Yes, that egg slip. He's waiting for that.
Well, and they don't take a single off the last ball of the over, meaning Kate Cross
is going to face.
Cross is
Yeah,
going to face.
That's right, face. They clearly have faith in Kate Cross, so she's 10 off 10. So actually, she's got a better strike rate than
She's 10
Knight.
of 10. It's I'm not saying that she is. In
fact, she possibly should have come in, than this far down the order.
Yeah. Yeah, you can think about it if you have someone like Cross who is actually not that bad. Why don't you send them out before you have?
Oh, she gets a lot behind that, but it's straight at a fielder along the ground. This is after hitting the ground, of course.
Yeah, before you
There's no run.
Before you are in a situation where you
like this, yeah.
like this, and have a smash
another
a few.
dot ball.
Yeah.
But maybe this is the approach. Maybe they have somebody like Kate Cross down the order, knowing what a level head she has.
Yeah, maybe.
Been a very good over. Yeah. Listen, has put this in the right spot. Off the middle. That's gone down the leg side. It's a single.
So that means that Heather Knight has 2 balls to...
2 to come.
Yeah, 2 to come, and hopefully add a few more runs to England's total. Hit a boundary, preferably for England.
Ravinay is saying that both England and Australia bat very deep. So they are fluid in their batting. Enough. Oh, that's a rank full toss, but she doesn't get the most out of it. I think she's only gone for a single.
Yes, there's a single. But the most important.
There's one to come.
Yes, one to come for Kate Cross to face, and she survives.
Are you watching? Are you looking at Crick Info? Are you?
I'm looking also at Crick Info, and also my stream is very, very spotty, and I think it actually drops some of the parts, then goes back to life, then dies again, and
man, that's not good, is it?
It's 6 minutes behind, and then does it all over.
6 minutes.
Yes. I had a few moments where the stream was, I think, 2 or 3 overs behind. Anyway, at the end of the 47th over, England are 254 for 8. That means that England need 10 runs from the last 3.
3 overs, yes.
Yes, and Heather Knight.
All three results are still possible.
Absolutely. And Heather Knight is going to face the 48th, who is going to bowl it.
She's having a bit of a whistle to herself, so she's obviously feeling super relaxed.
Yeah, I'd be pretty relaxed knowing that Ash Gardner is bowled out.
Yes. Shoot hasn't really... She got a wicket, but she hasn't really set the world alight, has she?
Well, she bought that wicket, let's be honest.
Yeah.
She bought that wicket.
They tend to bowl the seamers at the end.
Yeah.
I think the conventional wisdom is to get the Yorkers and muck about with the pace of the ball. Fire some in, take the pace off others.
That's true. But I'm not really.
I know it's a
I'm
good
not
length.
really
That's a
sure.
very good shot, but it's only going to be for a single.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure if Schutt is my
Helen and I goes
place of
racing
choice.
back to have a word with Kate Cross. Now they're changing the field around. Yeah. Yes, I think they're making fine leg a lot squarer. Of course, if she keeps this on the off stump or middle stump, then there's no need for it, unless she gets a horrendous inside edge. Oh, and she's gone for this, the little ramp shot,
yes.
and she gets it as well. It's been...
Yes, it's gone for
Has
4.
it been stopped on the boundary?
No.
It's gone for 4, yes.
It's gone for 4. It's gone for 4.
That
And
was...
absolutely
in
helps.
the circumstances, that was a really, really good shot.
Absolutely.
I
Because...
think she saw, that the fine leg was brought up more square. And she just gets enough on it to take it over Lisa Healy. That's a very good shot. And the fielding was a tremendous effort. It just got away from the fielder. Going across. I've needed. I thought she'd just go for a boring single, just edge it.
I mean, the only thing I need now to make this any better is one of the England players winning it with a dill scoop.
Scoop, yeah. I think she was trying.
Yeah, okay.
The dill scoop for 6, because of course we need 5, so 4 to tie.
Yes,
5 to win.
Yes. And
oh, that's not a good delivery. That's absolutely smashed through for 4.
Yep.
There we are. We are tied. Yeah, that was a low full toss, which just got what it deserved. Oh, Ravi's thanking us for doing this. Oh, it's been our pleasure, Ravi.
Yeah,
thank you for joining us.
Absolutely.
Too high.
Thank you.
It did hit the ground, so it was a half volley.
Thank you for being here with us, Ravi. That means a lot to me. Really does.
Yes, indeed. When a dot ball, I think she wants to hand the reins over for this single run.
Whoa.
You have to say, Kate Cross has been phenomenal in these circumstances. She's done exactly what England needed.
She has done exactly what was needed.
Australia would have tried to starve the strike away from Knight. And not surprisingly, she's on 70 runs.
Yeah. And
is she going to take it? Oh, she's got hold of it. Oh, my word. Do you know what? That was almost... It was hit straight back at the bowler.
And almost a caught and bowled.
And they're having a chuckle about it. It was hit at some pace. I think it just bounced off shoot. Oh, I didn't see what happened. Yes, it was. Oh, my word. She was protecting her face and basically palmed it down. Oh, my word. Oh dear, there's no need for that. Anyway, Knight will face, and we've got Jonasson. This is the penultimate over. 1 ball needed from 12 balls.
Yes.
England should be firm favourites now, by the way.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, we've still got a wicket left. Come on. 2 wickets left, in fact.
2, yes.
Oh, that's a horrible.
And that's it.
Yep. Well done.
England win.
Well done, England.
Yes.
England win by 2 wickets.
Absolutely terrific match.
It was nervous at the end, but they really did get
Yeah.
themselves into a good position early doors, didn't they?
Yes, it was a nervy ending, but it was an amazing match. The lopsided beatings and thrashings aren't as entertaining, I think, as a very close contest as this was.
I agree. I agree.
There was an emotional roller coaster here because England looked to
We lost a lot of
absolutely
wickets,
smash
didn't
it.
we, toward the end?
Yes, and then there was a bit of a stumble, and then some tail end heroics from Cross.
Rank. A rank full toss to finish the game. I think Australia just didn't quite bowl. You know, they had their plans, but they just didn't quite bowl where they should have been.
Yeah, and I think
I'm happy.
Yeah,
The Ashes are still alive.
yes.
I
the
can
Ashes
go
are-
on Sunday
Yeah,
and still cheer.
exactly. But I think what I find a bit perplexing is the fact that Australia had seen that spinners were well in the game, and they
And they delayed bringing them in.
Yeah, the captaincy was too inflexible to change the plan they had set before the match.
They used 8 bowlers, so I think they just didn't realise the plan early enough. Quite extraordinary to use eight bowlers.
Yes, exactly. But it's a lot more common in women's cricket than in men's cricket, I have to say.
Yeah.
Because of the more rounded players that are out there. They're not not that specialized necessarily. So this can work in women's cricket.
Yeah. Oh, what a cracking game that was. I enjoyed every minute of that, Leah.
Me too. Thank you very much.
That kept me on the edge of my seat all the way till the end.
Yes.
I must admit, I was a little nervous, but got home in the end.
Oh, I should look up when the next game.
Are there any final messages we need to?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Ravi is he's thanking us.
There. Very kind of him.
Yes. And over on Twitter, I don't think there's anything else. No, I will go through the scorecard, of course, and I will.
Well, before you do that, I'm going to thank you for inviting me to join you. I enjoyed it very much.
You are very welcome, and I thank you very, very much for being here most of the day. Actually,
well,
thank you very
that's
much.
Right. Actually, I was here all day.
Yeah, I couldn't have
so now
I couldn't have done it without you. Well,
it makes it easier when there's more than one, doesn't
it? I might.
And Jessica was great as well.
Yeah.
Yes, we now have a 100% record, but unfortunately, I'm going to be at the next match, so you're going to have to take that on yourself.
Not a problem. Hopefully, some other people.
The other folks should be around.
Yeah, will be around, and that would be really, really nice. Then I wish you a lovely day out on Sunday in Southampton.
Yes, thank you.
It starts at 12 p.m. At high noon.
Relatively early start. High noon, that's right.
Yes, it starts high noon British Standard Time, which is I think it's 1 p.m. Yes, it's 1 p.m. my time. So
yeah. Excellent. All right. Take care, Leah. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Hey.
All right. That was, as you have seen, heard, a bit of a thrilling finish. Let's just run through the England scorecard. Tammy Beaumont, Court McGrath, bowled Wareham 47. Sophia Dunkley bowled Perry 8. Alice Capsey caught Sutherland, bowled Gardner 40. Heather Knight, the captain, not out 75. Ned Silver Brunt caught Wareham, bowled Jonathan 31. Danny Wyatt caught Jonathan, bowled Schutt 14. Amy Jones, the keeper, caught and bowled Wareham for 2. Sophia Eccleston caught Wareham, bowled Gardner 5. Sarah Glenn caught Litchfield, bowled Gardner 3. Kate Cross not out 19. 23 extras, 1 bye, 2 leg byes, 3 no balls, and 17 wides, meaning England compile a total of 267 for 8 in 48.1 overs at a run rate of 5.54. The bowling card for Australia is Darcy Brown, 4 overs, 29 runs, no wicket, economy 7.25. Megan Schutt, 4 overs, no maidens, 38 runs, 1 wicket, economy 9.5. Excuse me, that was Elise Perry with 4 overs, no maidens, 38 runs, 1 wicket, economy 9.5. I missed that. Megan Schutt bowled 7 overs, took no maidens, and conceded 40 runs. 1 wicket, economy 5.71. Annabelle Sutherland, 2 overs, no maidens, 23 runs. 0 wickets, economy 11.5. Georgia Wareham, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 34 runs. 2 wickets, economy 3.4. Ashley Gardner, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 42 runs, 3 wickets, economy 4.2. Jess Jonathan, 8.1 overs, no maidens, 37 runs, 1 wicket, economy 4.53. And Talia McGrath, 3 over, no wickets, 21 runs, no wicket, and an economy of 7.0. Well, that means England win this thriller of a match by 2 wickets, and yeah, I'm a bit exhausted, I have to admit. Let's look at some final messages. Ravi Nair saying Healy is not half the captain, Lanning is. Is she? Yeah. Yeah, I was a bit perplexed by some of the Australian tactics, I think. I would have brought on the spinners much earlier, especially after seeing how well they worked for England. Some of the field settings were kind of weird. There was one instance where they had a pacer, I think it was Schutt, bowling outside off stump, but they had no slips and no third man. There was just free real estate behind square, behind point. It was behind. It was crazy. All in all, England made this much more nerve-wracking than it needed to be. But it was a great match, I think. But yeah, Ravi, Healy isn't half the captain, Lanning is. And with that, I think I will have to bid you farewell. If you enjoyed this, please consider liking this video, this live stream. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. If you speak a bit of German, that would absolutely help you. I will still do some English content, but most of the stuff is in German. Yeah, give Gorilla Cricket a follow. Give me a follow on Twitter. Look at Gorilla Cricket's website. There's an amazing amount of written stuff. There's podcasts. There's live commentary, etc., etc. And with that, I will say that we will see each other again on Sunday at 12 p.m. British Standard Time. If you enjoyed this and think you might hear more, it's on Sunday at 12 p.m. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very, very much indeed. Bye.